of animal cruelty, the stolen $375,000 donated by our veteran in his will, and the missing and/or stolen rainy day funds, see Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. And with over a $500 million CIP budget made up by our tax dollars, Pasco gives nothing to our homeless people and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats. And yet, ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins, now Aquatic Director, is paid nearly $11,000 per month plus his travel expenses, provide his passport entries, and the cost for the lazy rivers. For our floodplain, provided permit number 404 for the sewer station and any development and water contamination reports with ruptured sewage lines, see photos. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets, see photos. Provide all LID, ULID designs for my property, include costs, start dates, U.S. mail notice to me, and Pasco communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Provide contracts and tax dollars paid by Pasco to the following. 1, to GMP Consultants with ex-Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel. 2, to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or his LLC. 3, to the Kerr Law Group and proxies. All requests are for the record via RCW 42.56 and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. Do we have, all right, Ms. Crawford?
Thank you. I came here tonight to thank Leo Perales for his astute attention to a derelict property in our neighborhood. And it's not well, but it's a lot better than it was. Where maybe a friend of mine who also lives across the street from them, maybe her realtor will show that property because she has been refusing because of the mess in the neighborhood, which is really scary. Okay, and Leo, thank you for listening to my whining and my persistence because I can kind of be that way sometimes. Rather than come here and complain about the ineffectiveness of some of our code enforcement, I started thinking about the homes in our neighborhood that are not being maintained on the exterior. A lot of these are homeowners, which I found very surprising. First-time homeowners. And I thought, perhaps, let's look for a solution. Yeah, code enforcement is good, but are they aware of the codes? Did they come from a home where yard maintenance, paint maintenance, trash in the trash receptacle was expected, or did they not? Because we're a town of a lot of different cultures. Perhaps we could, at no cost to the city, hopefully, because we sure can't afford it right now, yoke with some realtors. And currently, we have realtors in our area providing homeowner classes on how to finance, what costs to expect, etc. Well, could we get a code enforcement officer in there or a volunteer from our city council to present to these potential new homeowners what our code is, what our expectations are, and kind of bring them along? Okay, I'm assuming your statisticians would know if these are all first-time homeowners or not. Some people are just going to be chronic offenders. But y'all get paid from our taxes.
Sure.
Property taxes. When Pasco turns back to the bad old days, and there may not be anybody here old enough to remember them, property values were way down. When I was on Planning Commission and City Council, we worked hard to bring Pasco's image back up. I'd really like to see it stay that way. And the cancer from that house spread to next door. I was going, oh, okay, because they started piling their trash out on the street. And I'm just going, this cannot be happening. It's cleaned up right now. But we need to stop this cancer. We need to educate homeowners, let them know we're proud of Pasco. And Pasco pride means taking care of what's yours.
True.
Okay, and off topic, current
Yeah,
score,
wrap it up.
bottom of the sixth is Mariners 3, Blue Jays 1.
All right.
Have a good evening.
All right. Well, thanks for the update, and, all right, do we have anybody else that'd like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, all right. Let's move on to item number 7, reports and from committees and or officers. Do we have anybody that would like to talk about what they did this last week? Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I attended the Hispanic Chamber Spooky Ball with the COPA board members and the Colima delegation. It was a night of entertainment from the Colima students and dancing and singing. Director Rice was also present. And I also wanted to report on the Colima Pasco Friendship Collaboration. The partners include City of Pasco, Port of Pasco, WSU Tri-Cities, Pasco School District, the UPN Colima. This continued partnership has opened opportunities for so many different reasons. These students had a dream to come to United States, and they had the opportunity to tour Pasco Police Department, the Pasco Fire Department, WSU Tri-Cities, the Pasco School District's Port of Pasco. Then they also attended the Terra Vita ribbon cutting and toured their facility. They toured a handful of daycares in Pasco while they were here, and they also got to eat and experience what we offer downtown Pasco. Over the last week, I got to spend a lot of time with these remarkable students to hear their story and just to understand things through their eyes. They didn't know what to expect when they got here, but they left here feeling the embrace of our community, all wanting to return back to Pasco in the near future. This is what makes our community so special. The community partners united together to make Pasco a great place to live and visit.
Well, thank you for that report, and thank you for all your dedication and helping the city. I've seen some pictures online, and you were Johnny on the spot. You were everywhere, so thank you for all that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Council of Governments meeting. Unfortunately, I was kind of mobile and had to do it on the road on Friday morning for good reason. But anyways, one of the presentations we were given, it was pretty much a business as usual meeting, was given by the Cascadia Consulting Group regarding the regional climate change approach. And it was an excellent presentation that they gave, but near the end when they solicited board member comments, I did speak up on behalf of just meeting the minimum obligations, just because of the status of the climate has been changing for eons. And everything we do has very little effect on it. The whole thing has become so politicized, and really all it does, all of these initiatives we take advantage of, really just puts a burden on the middle class and families with higher energy costs in their home, higher fuel costs when we go to the pump. And so it was my input that our goal just be to meet the minimum obligations as required by the state. And I was grateful that the city of Kennewick also joined in and felt that was also the proper approach. So that was that. And then that was Friday. So then the day before, we had our quarterly Franklin County Emergency Management meeting where we just kind of did year-end budgets. We're still trying to work through an issue out at Franklin County number 5. That's kind of been an ongoing issue for a while. Hopefully we'll bring some resolution to it. But that's what I did this past week on the short week. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for representing the city of Pasco. Let's go with Councilman Cota.
Less relevant to Pasco, but I was in El Salvador on a mission trip. That was great. One of the highlights there was visiting the women's shelter. It's the only women's shelter in El Salvador that takes in pregnant women. And so we gave them a baby shower, and that was fun. So there was a lot of cool stuff going on there, and El Salvador is great. I think there's a lot of them that would like to come visit us here. But it was a good trip.
All right, well, glad to hear it. I'm not seeing anything else, so let's move on. Item number 8 is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. Item 8A is public hearing and ordinance number 4794, Rocky Hills Management, LP Row Vacation. And we're gonna start off with Ms. Director Haley Matson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a public hearing related to a petition by Rocky Hills Management LP to vacate an unused portion of right-of-way along Road 104 near Magnolia Heights Development. This ordinance 4794 is an instrument that would formally vacate that portion of right-of-way, and staff recommends that council adopt the ordinance and authorize publication by summary only. Some details first about the site layout here. The map on the screen shows the subject area on the west side of Road 104, and this is north of Road 100 within Magnolia Heights. The 60-foot strip originally deeded to Franklin County in 1994 and annexed in 2001 is not currently used for any roadway or pedestrian purposes. And the vacation that is proposed here tonight simply removes a piece of right-of-way that is no longer serving the public and cleans up the boundary for the subdivision shown there on the screen. Going back to the process for the vacation approval criteria, the Pasco Municipal Code outlines 4 criteria that the city must review prior to vacating a right-of-way, and these are shown on the screen. First, it must not negatively impact traffic or circulation, and given that this is not needed for vehicular or pedestrian access, this criteria is met based on staff's analysis. Second, the area must not be planned or needed for future public use, which we've determined is not the case. And third, no property can lose legal or physical access, and this is not creating that situation here. And finally, the action must not harm the public interest. Staff found that this request meets all 4 conditions that are listed on the screen. It's unused, it's not part of future plans, and all parcels retain access, and the action serves a public benefit by aligning property boundaries. And the portion at the bottom of the slide I'll touch on here too. There are 2 additional sections of code that allow council to require survey or compensation. Staff in this case is recommending both those requirements, and the reason being is that the boundaries and the legal description are already well documented, and the applicant has provided substitute right-of-way of equal or greater value as part of the Magnolia Heights plat. And because the vacation primarily corrects a mapping overlap and supports clean property records, the public benefit outweighs the need for an appraisal or payment in this case. So staff is recommending for this vacation that council approve the proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Does any member of the dais have any questions for the director? Not seeing any, so I guess we're gonna conduct a public hearing.
Correct.
Is there any member of the audience that would like to talk about this? Going once. I guess we got you in the back. Hi there.
Good evening. My name is Jim Maylou, and I'm the pastor of Hope Fellowship on 4100 Road 100, which is this right-of-way vacation request is the back part of the parcel that is on our property. And so we approve this request. We're for it. It would clean things up. And I believe the developer has also expressed the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't need to waste any more time. But
All
thank
right.
you.
Sounds great. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to make a comment? Going twice, going 3 times. All right. So we are going to close the public hearing. And if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 4794, vacating a portion of Road 104 right-of-way as established by special warranty deed under Franklin County Auditor's File number 505754, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right. Looks like it passes unanimously. That'll jump us on to number 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have number A, ordinance number 4795, declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed to the Mid-Columbia Libraries District. And we're going to have Deputy City Manager Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, members of council. I'm here to seek your consideration for the ordinance in front of you declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed into the Mid-Columbia Libraries District. We have been partners with the Library District for more than 5 decades, and our community is deeply engaged with their services, and Pasco residents are among the highest users in their system. And a 2025 survey reported about over 96% satisfaction rate with the library's services overall. The services is currently funded by the city's general fund and costs around $3 million annually. And it is important for us to secure something that is long-term sustainable and stable fund, and that is also the library's desire as well. With this annexation, if it passes, it would shift the funding model from the general fund to a dedicated Mid-Columbia Library property tax levy. And at this time, it is estimated to be 23 cents per thousand assessed valuation, about $115 per year for a home that is valued at $500,000. The action in front of you, however, is not approval of the annexation itself, and that's important to remember. What you have in front of you is a request to be annexed, which, if approved, will then go to Mid-Columbia Library's Board of Trustees. If they concur, it will go to Franklin County Board of Commissioners to be put on the ballot, and when it goes on the ballot, the residents of Pasco will vote on whether they want this annexation to go through or not. If the voters approve the annexation, Pasco residents would gain direct representation within the library's district. Governance structure and library's operations would shift fully under Mid-Columbia Library's authority. Right now, we have essentially a management operations with them. Some additional agreements, if this passes, we would have to kind of work through, for example, continued use of some of the city-owned facilities. We'd have to work through the lease. And also, we've been discussing opening a branch at Martin Luther King facility, so we'd have to work through that. So there's still some work to be done if the Pasco citizens vote to be annexed into the library district. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right. Is there any members of the council that, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I'm understanding you correct, Ms. Signell, in a sense, this is kind of cutting out the middleman, right?
That is correct.
Us being the middleman, okay. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I would be up for, letting the voters decide at that point.
Yep. Let the voter side is always important. Let's move to Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in total support of this declaration, and hopefully the people of Pasco will approve this. I think strategically this assists us in bridging that deficit gap and utilizing those general fund dollars for other stuff that we need to pay for. So in total support of this.
All right. I'm not seeing any other lights on, so if I could get a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4795, declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed into the Mid-Columbia Libraries District, finding that the public interest will be served thereby, and requesting the concurrence of the Library District Board of Trustees.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. We'll also try to give the one online Councilwoman Bras a chance to vote as well. I kind of skipped it last time. We were kind of quick. But all those in favor say aye.
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 All right. So all those opposed say nay. So it looks like that passes unanimously as well. So that's going to jump us on to 9B, which is quasi-judicial closed record hearing in ordinance number 4796, Desert Bloom LLC, zoning determination R4, portion of an X property. And this is going to be by Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council. Tonight before you, actually, point of order,
We need to have
Attorney
Mr.
Ferguson, did you want to read the quasi-judicial proceedings before I start?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Okay, great. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing it's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, which would affect the council member personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Hearing none. And just one follow-up here. This is correct me if I'm wrong here, Haley, I believe this is the closed record hearing matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so just one addition that we usually don't read with regard to quasi-judicial matters, but this is a closed record hearing, so there's an additional disclaimer that needs to be read. So it's if a closed record hearing, no new evidence may be presented. Only those who participated in the open record hearing in front of the hearing examiner may testify, and arguments must be summary only and not offer new evidence. So that's something we typically don't have to deal with quasi-judicial, but this time it would apply.
All right, Matt. So, Director Haley Matson, if you want to.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you, Attorney Ferguson, for reading those guidelines here. So tonight before you is a closed record hearing. And tonight, council is conducting this hearing and considering ordinance number 4796, which would assign R4 high-density residential zoning to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of a recently annexed Broadmoor area. And I will show you a map. I'm going to jump around a little bit on the slides here so that they can follow what I'm talking about here. So this is the slide showing the area. And this ordinance, if approved, would finalize zoning for approximately 8.6 acres located south of Burns Road, east of Shoreline Road, west of Road 122, and north of the future Sandifer Parkway. The proposal was reviewed by the Pasco hearing examiner, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval of this zoning determination, and that recommendation has since been appealed, which is why tonight is under the closed public record hearing format. So I'm going to go into process, and then I will go in a little more depth than normal for land use applications to the council, since there was an appeal, and I believe we have members of the public who are here interested in this. So I'm going to go into detail what the application is and what the appeal was for. And then I'll answer technical questions that you may have before opening the closed record public hearing. So this slide shows the process, and I'll walk you through each of these components and the process that led us to today. On July 9th, 2025, the hearing examiner held the initial public hearing on the proposed R4 zoning for this piece of property I showed you earlier. And to ensure complete notification, the hearing was continued to August 13th, and notice was mailed to all property owners within 300 feet. The public record was closed on August 13th, and the examiner issued his recommendation on August 27th. The hearing examiner found the request was consistent with the comprehensive plan, the Broadmoor master plan, and the city's zoning criteria, and has forwarded this to the city council for review. On September 6th, a timely appeal was filed by nearby residents meeting the 20% signature requirement that's listed under PMC 25-210070, which triggered this closed record hearing. So the purpose of this request, the Desert Bloom LLC property was part of the September 2nd annexation that was brought forward to the city council earlier this year. And under Franklin County, it was zoned RT transitional rural, and the city now must assign a zoning designation to this piece of property that has been annexed into the city, so that when it is formally inserted into the city, it has a city zoning attached to it. And the request tonight is for R4 high density residential, which is consistent with the medium density residential designation that is listed within the Broadmoor master plan that was approved through the area and adopted under city code. The zoning action itself does not approve a specific development at this time. It provides regulatory framework for future housing proposals, which will go through a separate review and SEPA evaluation if needed. So tonight is not a project level review. That project specific review will occur at a later date. This is for the zoning on the property. And down here with staff findings and recommendation, the hearing examiner made findings under PMC 25-210-060, concluding that the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and Broadmoor master plan. It is compatible with the adjacent residential uses and supports the orderly growth within the urban growth area of the city. This allows for coordinated infrastructure, increasing housing supply and supporting planned growth within city limits, which is also required by the Growth Management Act established in the 1990s by the state of Washington. The state of Washington does require any city planning under the Growth Management Act to densify, and we are assigned housing figures to each city every 10 years, the state says. So for example, during this cycle, they've assigned 18,000 units for city of Pasco to grow in the next 20 years. That is a requirement at the state level. So the city is required to look at different areas of the boundaries of city limits and establish where these densities will go. And that was part of the Broadmoor master plan exercise, where the city reviewed all areas and decided where the best place would be for compact mixed use development in Pasco. So that was determined by the hearing examiner to meet our comprehensive plan, which is based on state law. There was no special conditions or an agreement necessary based on the recommendation, because all standard development regulations were still to apply, and staff has concurred with those findings. And so now I'll move into the appeal portion of this. That was the process at the hearing examiner level, where a recommendation was issued on this matter, and there was several people in attendance at the hearing. I believe there was 25 to 30 people present. There were several written comments, and then there was a petition signed by the neighborhood with an upward of 722 signatures and 60 written comments. So the hearing examiner took in the feedback at the meeting and the written comments and rendered a recommendation on this matter. On September 6th, the appeal was filed by nearby residents, as I touched on before, and it met the 20% requirement in code. And the purpose of the request here was that, I'm losing my spot here. One moment, please. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So as a summary, the appellants within the appeal raised 6 primary issues, and the issues are detailed in your packet. So every single issue that was appealed was provided in the staff report with the appellant's assertion in the appeal, and then staff went ahead and provided a cohesive response under each of those items in detail. So the summary I'm providing here, which I'm happy to answer any other questions later if you'd like. The summary here is just summarizing the feedback that's provided in the staff report, and I've divided it into 6 categories to present to you. So the first category is the comprehensive plan consistency. The appellants stated that the R4 exceeds the medium density residential limits. And the response staff provided is that the Broadmoor Master Plan, adopted as a comprehensive plan amendment in 2023, established the medium density range up to 29 units per acre. Therefore, the R4 designation is consistent with that plan. There was also a note that the categorical exemption for SEPA review on this zoning determination only was improper. And staff's response is that this is a non-project zoning determination, and the Broadmoor EIS already analyzed area-wide impacts, and the exemption is appropriate based on our review of state code. Then the third major concern related to traffic and school concerns. Traffic could probably be in its own category. We received a lot of comments related to traffic concerns in this area that are existing, and then concerns that traffic would further impact the area for the residents there with this new proposal coming in. And we had the appellant cite Burns Road capacity and school crowding. The response is that staff provided in the report states that transportation and school impacts were addressed in the Broadmoor EIS and master plan, and future projects must meet the city level of service standards and dedicate right-of-way as needed. And again, I'll point out here that this is a zoning determination on the property, and this zoning determination is embedded within the Broadmoor master plan, which did also include a traffic review of the area. So if there's a future project that comes in and builds on this property shown on the screen, the applicant will be required to comply with the traffic plan prepared for the Broadmoor area. If anything in the project falls outside of scope of that environmental review conducted for the Broadmoor area, the applicant will be required to do further environmental review for the project and cannot exceed the level of service standards and requirements placed on that area for traffic. Neighborhood compatibility was a concern raised by the appellants and at the hearing, and the main concern was that R4 is too dense next to the RS20 zoning, which is in the county. That's a larger designation, and the R1 areas that are located within the city limits. And staff's response is this site is separated by an arterial and planned for medium density transition. The intent is still residential in nature and not detrimental to the adjacent uses. The procedural notice, there was an issue with the public notice that occurred during this process, and staff has identified how that error occurred, and we've since fixed it for future projects. The early notification was incomplete, and the hearing examiner, in light of this, continued the hearing and re-noticed all the owners within 300 feet to circumvent this deficiency. And the sixth theme related to the appeal is the conditions and agreement requirement, and the appellant's requested conditions to limit density or require improvements for this area. Staff's response is conditions aren't needed for a zoning determination. Any specific project will undergo separate public review and infrastructure requirements. Moving on to the conclusion here, staff and the hearing examiner both find that the R4 zoning is consistent with the city's adopted plans and environmental review. The underlying land use of the medium density for the property was part of the 2018 comprehensive plan. So this was designated several years ago. It was updated upon adoption of the Broadmoor master plan. So this is consistent with plans in the area over the past several years. And to note, the R4 zoning does allow for the greatest level of flexibility when subdividing the property into finished single-family residential lots, which is why the applicant has applied for this zoning. There have been statements that the R4 zone is the only zone that allows for multifamily housing, and that's not accurate. All of those R1, R2, R3 zones allow for multifamily development. There's just different ranges of lot sizes and more flexibility offered in the R4 zoning. Again, this project supports Pasco's long-term housing and infrastructure goals for the Broadmoor area. Future projects will still be subject to public hearings if applicable, SEPA review and mitigation is needed. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this. And if council does approve this ordinance tonight, the city clerk will record it with Franklin County, and staff will issue a notice of decision to all affected parties. Any future subdivisions or development on the site will come back through the public process for review and approval. We do have alternatives for council. Council may modify the recommendation, deny it, or direct staff to prepare a commitment agreement. I'm sorry, I struggle with that word, as provided under PMC 25-210-080. And if council would like to be advised more of those steps later on in the process, Attorney Ferguson and myself are happy to walk you through that. But staff is recommending approval. And at this point, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any technical questions that you have, maybe not policy questions, but technical questions related to the staff report. And I can field those with council. After that, we can proceed to opening the closed record public hearing, where we'd be seeking input from folks, as Attorney Ferguson stated, that have already attended the initial hearing and have been a part of the new record, and that no new information may be submitted to the record or brought in. So we do want to be flexible with this requirement, since people are coming, this evening to speak on the matter, and we love participation in these processes. So if there is something that's severely out of scope of the materials here, I will turn my microphone on and ask to jump in, Mayor, as a point of clarification to inform you that the testimony provided was out of scope of the testimony that we can take in. So at this point, happy to answer technical
I
questions.
appreciate you clarifying that. Let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one clarification question. The Broadmoor Master Plan traffic study that was done, it says 2019, that was for medium density residential or high density residential?
There was a range of units provided, so it was done based on a mixed use of residential and commercial uses. So there was a range up to 15 dwelling units per acre that was looked at for the whole area. So that wasn't conducted on a site-by-site basis. It was conducted globally for the Broadmoor area. I'm not sure if it was actually listed under medium density residential or high density, but the range of units reviewed by the traffic report was up to 15 dwelling units per acre. And that was mentioned in the appellant's application about the density not quite matching, but it's important to note here that the traffic review is a preliminary transportation analysis for the entire Broadmoor area. It does not dictate zoning. So if the traffic review went up to 15 dwelling units per acre, and we find that the specific proposal falls outside of that range during review of the actual development proposal, the applicant is required to submit another SEPA and an updated traffic report. So it looked at the area collectively, 15 dwelling units per acre. And this is one piece to that entire area. So if this area is higher in density, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not compliant with the Broadmoor TIA.
Okay. You just said a lot of.
It's a very
my mind's
technical.
trying to process
Yeah,
everything you just said.
It's a very technical matter, so very thick packet of information here.
Thank you.
Of course.
All
Could I
right.
follow up to that?
Yeah, let's jump on to Councilman Cotta.
So with this R4 transition, you're saying that the scope of the traffic study did include a possibility of this amount of density in that area?
Yeah, not that. So that was an average for the whole area, 15 dwelling units per acre, and the area is composed of commercial uses and residential uses. So we're not going to see this amount of density throughout the whole area. That's how an EIS works when you're looking at a established master plan. You look at it collectively as one impact. And then as you get projects that come in, you look and you say, okay, let's give this development as an example. So they're coming in at a higher density. We're looking at the trips collectively for the area. Now, if this project does need more analysis, given that this transportation analysis, again, was preliminary for the master plan, we will require that upon development application.
But we don't know if we would require that now?
Not until we see what is being built there. This is simply a zoning
see.
designation for a property. So we have areas around town that are zoned right now for residential development. They're vacant and they're not developed. We wouldn't go to those sites and require a traffic study until we knew the extent of what the development would be.
So if we didn't like the way the traffic study happened later on, because of the density, we could then pull back and go with something with a lower density.
If they don't comply with the standards, we wouldn't be able to approve the proposal. So they'd need to go back to the drawing board, and if they couldn't make it work and maybe it didn't pencil to redo that whole area with traffic improvements, they may consider coming back and doing a different zone or not moving forward with the project.
Thank you.
Piggyback onto that.
All right, so let's jump to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
In my mind, what I'm thinking is Road 68, nobody anticipated the high traffic volume on 68. That's why I think it's so important that we look at things from as that is an example when developing Road 100. Now, I'm not by any means saying I have the answer, but Burns Road is already busy. So I would think that we would look at the traffic study before we start changing zoning. I don't I could be wrong, but that's just my personal opinion.
Ms. Mattson, do you want me to chime in on that a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so we're kind of talking about two different things. So when there was the Broadmoor Master Plan, that was, and again, I'm going to get out of my school here, but that was a non-project EIS, an environmental impact statement. And so as part of that, a requirement was to have a traffic component that had to be analyzed. So you don't know, without knowing what's going to go in that area, you have to basically kind of pick it down the middle. That's what the traffic analysis has to go through. And then it's able to then go through their other steps for to complete the SEPA EIS process. So it's just that's why it's called a master plan, because it's very general in nature. And I think what Ms. Mattson is saying is that any time, while that is great for folks that want to come in and not have to, and then be able to rely on that already non-project EIS that's been done under SEPA, that's great. But when they don't meet that requirement, they're going to have to then go through a separate SEPA process, which could also entail a traffic impact analysis, and that could come up with a completely different result. So while it was a necessary component of the Broadmoor Master Plan requirements to already have the SEPA EIS in place, so that folks wouldn't have to come in and piecemeal it, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only traffic analysis that's ever going to have to be done for any project that goes on in that area.
That answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. Let's move back to Councilman Cata.
So isn't there an estimate of the amount of people that are going to be living in this area since it's moving to R4? Wouldn't there be a general framework that we would consider and apply that to the traffic study? I mean, I know maybe there might be a few less townhouses or whatever's going to be there, condos, but it would be more than what would be an R3. So wouldn't that come into play when you're considering the study? I mean, isn't there a range where we kind of know if we need to do the traffic study or not?
Yes, so when the project moves forward and develops, we would look at the traffic study for that. The assumption for density for this project can go up to 29 units per acre, and that multiplied by the site is 539 units, but then you want to probably deduct 75% of the site, and then you assume, so that would be 400 units, and then in each unit there's an average of, I think it's gone down since I've last checked the statistics, but around 2.3, between 2 and 2.5 folks per unit. That's just my anecdotal answer at this point. So you'd have 1,000 folks living there, and back to the...
That's the high end?
Yeah, that would be the average, I would say.
Okay.
Just based on it. And for 400 units, that typically generates 1 p.m. peak hour trip between 4 and 6 p.m., which is what our traffic impact fees are based on.
Would you mind telling me the density range? I apologize for not knowing it.
The density range, I just provided the max. So the max would be 400. I doubt they could actually get that many units on there. It just really depends if there's multifamily
How few
units.
can be on the property?
I'm sorry?
How few can be on the property?
20. I believe the density range is 20 to 29 units. 6 to 29. So if it's, got it. So 6. So the lower end of the range would be 100 units. So 100 to 400 units.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so I'm not seeing any other questions. So now we're going to conduct a closed public hearing. So, and anybody in the audience, I assume you're all not against the Mariners and Seahawks, so you're here for this. So, so who would like to be first?
I'm online here for this as well.
Okay,
Just to
well, let's go
clarify,
with the online person first.
Mayor, just to clarify, every person needs to attest that they did speak at the open record hearing prior to speaking tonight.
Okay. Did you hear that? Did you speak with the
Yes,
hearing examiner
my name-
at his meeting?
Nathan Grimm, I spoke at previous hearing examiner meetings.
All right. Well, please proceed.
So my concern was about Burns Road. I've written into Councilman Milne about the master plan and the transportation master plan and the comprehensive plan and the level of service on Burns Road. Burns Road just cannot handle it, and more traffic. It has not been able to handle more traffic. The county proceeded to add projects. Thus, I live in. We're going to continue to build. I understand that, but we have to do something about Burns Road. We can't just say, oh, we can't. The hearing examiner found the arguments that we made about traffic unmoving due to the issue had existed previously. Well, the issue exists, so when do we fix it? The answer is not to say every project just gets a pass and we never have to fix it. That is lunacy. And we know in Pasco, based on our previous experiences, that we've gotten traffic stuff wrong. And I have a grave concern, and I've expressed this to the hearing examiner, that once we zone this, the ship has sailed on our opportunity to do it correctly. The transportation master plan says Burns Road's supposed to be a primary arterial, which gives it four lanes of travel, 2 lanes in each direction. With the current right-of-way that exists, that is not possible. The current right-of-way and in the current places that Burns Road is developed, it's a single lane of travel in each direction with a turn lane. And to make that whole Broadmoor area medium density to high density, and you're relying on Burns and a future Sandifer, which isn't even designated in the transportation plan as a primary arterial, just an arterial, which means it's 2 lanes of travel and a turn. That is not enough traffic east-west in and out of that entire area from now into the future. So that's my concern. That's a summary of my concern. I know the hearing examiner said it's a pre-existing condition, but at some point we have to fix things that are not right. And just continuing to say because it didn't get fixed before, we're not going to fix it now. I ask staff to explain that logic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. And just clarification, I was advised by staff to not read any emails, to only stick with what was in my packet. And so again, just clarifying, I did not have any ex parte communication. I didn't read any emails. I stuck with just what the hearing examiner, or else I would have been recused from this meeting if I was getting outside advice. So just making that comment that unfortunately in these cases I can't be involved and just go off what is presented. So I think that's the only online was Nathan Grimm. All right. So those are members of the audience that would like to make a comment or say something.
My name is Piper Barton, and I was at the hearing before. And
Okay.
I talked. So my main point was neighborhood compatibility is what I spoke about. And from a real estate point of view, because I've been a broker here in the Tri-Cities for about 40 years. So my concern, and I live in here too, I'm a resident here at Solstice. And I've sold a couple of homes in there, a couple of them back up to Road 122. And I had actually called into the city and asked for my clients, on my client's behalf, what that was zoned for. And at the time, I was told it wasn't incorporated. It was soon going to be annexed. Not soon, but it would be. And told that it was medium density. So a couple of people bought who are right on Road 122. So my main concern is if housing of lower value goes in there, that it will bring values down that are right next to, like right next to here. So just hoping there wouldn't be apartments. I know the application was for single-family detached, so that's where I was coming from a real estate point of view, was keeping the neighborhood comprehensive and not having anything go in that would take our values down.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
And comments? Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak on this issue?
Just a reminder to have people test or attest at the beginning that they did actually speak at the open record hearing.
Okay. I assume
Thank you.
Give your name and answer that question as well.
All right, I'm Robin Dillsworth. I do attest that I spoke at both hearings. And small notes. I had a half a sheet last time, so I'm going to keep it to a summary. I'll tell you what I talked about the first time, primarily, and the second time I was just reiterating that I still stand behind that, plus what was said that night. A lot of other things were very good. So my first question that night was, why change the designation to high density 4 when 3 would accomplish what he says he's building? And that's still a huge worry to me, because density 3 should accomplish what he wants for single family homes that are standing and not in an apartment. So I really believe that we're opening it up wide open for an apartment. And I'm one of the ones that backs right up. My backyard views that lot. And our back, the way Polish makes their houses is the back of each house is almost all windows. And so you put an apartment back there and they're all going to be looking right into your home. And no privacy. Right now there are all those trees, and they're beautiful. I love the trees, and I'm afraid the trees are going to go. But if the trees could stay, that would be a huge help too, because that would render some privacy. But I was one of the homes that Piper sold, and she told me that it would be medium density, because I was, it's farm right now, but it's not going to stay that way. And so I thought, okay, that's good. It'll be good. And so this was not at all what we were foreseeing and what she had been told and what was told to me. We just bought there last July, a year and 3 months ago. And so my other concern that I wrote down here was crime. I left Road 40 because crime was encroaching on our area down by the river. And my son is a police officer, so I asked him, where is a really safe place to move to? And because I wanted to stay in Pasco, love Pasco. And he did too. So he said, you know what, Burns Road. And he told me about the Solstice down through there. So it was the first place I looked, and we bought right there. We loved it. And he said, very low crime. And then those 3 apartment complexes have come in that short time that I've lived there. And he says, well, crime's gone up. Theft is happening all the time. So that's a real concern. And then another thing, the fourth thing I wanted to talk about was, so it was the high density, why go with 4 when you have 3? High rise, you lose your privacy. crime. The fourth thing would be I'm a CPA. And so I know that you all are looking for income to your city. I am too. I would love to see it thrive. And yet, whenever these homes go in, whatever the builder puts in there, they're going to make revenue for the city, and they're going to put their homes someplace. They're definitely going to build. A builder builds. They're going to find a place to build. So you're still going to get that revenue. But what is a concern is if these homes that are in that vicinity end up losing value, especially, ours are like 500 to 750, but across the street from us go upwards over $1 million. If they lose value, you lose revenue. So I just wanted you to think about that.
Thank you for that. I think I saw somebody else that was getting up, ready to talk.
Hi, City Council. My name is Cody Fielding. I am the applicant.
Okay.
And I did speak or testify in the first two public hearings. So, I just reiterate maybe what I mentioned in those meetings. The land use has been public for since the 2018 comprehensive plan, and Haley mentioned that as well. And so, from our perspective, this land use has been out there for some time. The land use does allow, I should say, the land use requires either R2, R3, or R4. And my next sentence is very important. Any of those zonings require 6 to 29 units per acre. Any of them. R2 can go up to 29 units per acre. R3 can go up to 29 units per acre. R4 can go up to 29 units per acre. Any of those zonings can also be down to 6 units per acre, but they have to fit somewhere in between. So I sympathize with the idea that the R4 high density, I'm using air quotes, because they're all the same density. R2 through R4 in this instance because it's the Broadmoor Overlay District. And so I would like the City Council to consider that in this. The reason we chose R4 is because it allows the greatest level of flexibility for creating single-family lots, single-family residential homes for I would say the average citizen of Pasco to be able to afford to live in Pasco. And this area has been designated for that express purpose. And so we're honored and we're excited to be part of that, to bring that housing to the Tri-Cities, or to Pasco specifically. And so I hope that makes sense. Good. I think that's pretty much the summary that I wanted to share. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask you
a follow-up question?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. If I could, Mayor. Thank you. You just said we want R4 because it allows flexibility for single-family homes. So we're not talking about townhomes, condos.
Technically, condos and townhomes are single-family homes, technically.
Okay.
What we're not referring to is, call it 3 or 4 story apartments where one doesn't own their unit, or rather they rent a unit, and those units are typically, in a 3 or 4 story building in typically 3-story in the Tri-Cities, which is what we see on Burns today. So in our instance, it would be builders that would be building 1 or 2 story homes. Detached or possibly attached, depends on the builders. To be just totally honest with you, there's likelihood for townhomes if those builders desire townhomes, because that's what the public wants. It's a little bit lower price point that makes it more affordable for a lot of people. Typically, a townhome is $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 less than a detached single-family home, and therefore sometimes builders prefer to build that because it gets more people into houses.
And how much is a townhome going these days?
$360 to $420.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to answer any other questions that the council might have.
Basically, you're saying, you're telling us that these are going to be townhouses, they're not going to be 4-story apartments?
Right now, correct. So to clarify, right now the builders that are interested, we're not the builders, we're developing for builders that want to come in and build. They are interested in single-family, attached and detached. What that means is single-family sort of standalone that you would see kind of in a traditional neighborhood where it's 1 unit per building. They're also interested in potentially townhomes, which are sort of like glued together type homes, but they're still single-family homes in the sense that they're on their own parcel. And so a homeowner can go and buy that specific townhome unit that happens to share a wall with somebody. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with our Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This might be a question for staff. I don't know who's the best to answer this, but what makes an R4 more flexible?
So the R4 allows single-family lots. It allows flexibility in how you can configure them. And it's escaping me all of the details. I think you can go down to 20-foot widths for a townhome as opposed to, call it 40 or 50 or something like that. Yeah, that's true. So the square footage. So to get to 6 to 29 units per acre requires a little bit of creativity, let's call it, for lot sizing to achieve single-family residential, which is what we're trying to do. It's really easy to get there on 3-story apartments. I mean, that's super easy. But to do single-family residential, which is what our plan is, you can go down to, I want to say it's 2,000 square feet for R4 per lot. That would be like a townhome lot. Whereas R3 and R2 are bigger than that. Off the top of my head, it's escaping me exactly those numbers, maybe 4,000 and 5,000, something like that. But that's pretty much it. So again, we're going to be less than half of the 29, like we just are. Because that's the only way to get there. It's impossible to get up to 29 units per acre doing single-family residential. And even 3-story apartments, they're hovering in the 18 to 22 units per acre. Maybe 24, 25 if they're smaller units. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. I may ask some follow-up questions of staff during discussion time, but yes, thank you. That starts me down that path. Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else?
I know member, I mean, I guess kind of like maybe a little off topic, but they talked about like a tree line or trees. Is there going to be any way, like say if you're building these townhouses where there's like trees, because I mean, say if you have 3 townhouses and you have another guy that has a yard, there could be maybe 3 to 4 townhouses in that one guy's backyard, you know, as far as if you stack them in that small of lots, is there any plans to separate the housing development that's the low residential development from the one that you're proposing? I mean, what would be like again, like a tree line or something like where you don't have people looking down into your yard? Is that for consideration on this, or?
At this point, to be honest, we have not considered that. Yeah. So our viewpoint is you kind of have, 2-acre lots. I'm going to disappear from the microphone.
Okay.
2+ acre lots over here, turn into 1-acre lots, turn into half-acre lots, turn into quarter-acre lots, and then there'd be smaller lots here. And so there's already sort of a natural progression, and my understanding is that there's no requirement for any sort of transition other than the actual transition of the homes themselves. And so, that's kind of our stance. At some point there should be a transition, which is why we're proposing something that we are proposing as opposed to 3 or 4-story apartments. Yeah.
Oh, obviously townhouse is better than apartments, I can guarantee you that, but, all right, let's go back to Councilman Connor.
According to the constraints that we are under, according to Growth Management Act, according to the comprehensive plan, what has to go here anyway? Like what are, or is there a possibility of going to less density here and still being compliant?
It has to be between 6 to 29 units an acre. Yeah.
And you're saying you're already at the lower end of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to be somewhere between 8 to 12 units per acre. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate. We feel like that's a reasonable transition as opposed to going, 25, 26, 29 units per acre right there. Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so I do appreciate. Does Councilwoman Rojas have any questions, or?
I do not.
Okay, I guess she's good.
And I would say the previous zoning, I think it was 2 weeks ago with SG Land Management, that was approved. This is effectively the same ask. Just happens to be R4, but they're still within the 6 to 29 units per acre. And that was passed by City Council. So,
Point of order, Mayor. This is a closed record public hearing where we're supposed to be taking in comments from individuals, including the applicant, and back and forth conversations and Attorney Ferguson can weigh in too, but I just want to point out if we keep doing a conversation, we might need to jump in and wait for those technical questions to happen after the closed record hearing is closed.
Okay, well, I think we're good, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Libert. I testified at one of the hearings and one of the applicants as well. The traffic has been brought up several times, and just reiterate that this is not a project-based hearing. This is a zoning determination. And as Mrs. Mattson clarified, that any traffic mitigations that would be required would come about when the project comes to City Council. We'll have a preliminary plat application, and so any needs to address traffic would come through the application after we've applied for that application, and if we need to have a traffic study and what the implications would be to that. But this is just for zoning, and just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any other member from the audience that? Going twice, going three times. All right, so we are gonna close close the record hearing.
I'm sorry, Councilman Milne.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if there's any questions for any of the other testimony.
We had a pretty comprehensive report, and you already had your 3 minutes, so I think unfortunately we're gonna have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so anybody have any other questions before we get a motion? I'm not seeing any.
I would like to.
So if we get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Greer. What's that?
Can we comment first?
I guess we're gonna get a comment then first.
Sorry, thank you. I was just hoping, just for the sake of just understanding, maybe just clarification for the public, more about, if I can lean into the R4 zoning just a little bit more, and why that is flexible and like attractive to the applicants here.
Certainly, and the applicant did cover most of what I will say. The R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning does allow for apartments to be built. There's a difference and they all have the same density range. The difference between the R4 is that you're allowed to do a lot size down to 2,000 square feet. Not if the applicant did, and I'd like to clarify what I said. I'm sorry, R1 is not included in that category. So I'm going to restate my message here. R2, R3, and R4 have the same density range, 6 to 29 units, and then each of those zones do allow the same, different uses listed in there, including apartments. The key difference here is the lot size minimum. So in the R4, you can go down to 2,000 square feet. If you did every lot 2,000 square feet, you would exceed the density. So that's not really what it means. It just means you can have super tiny lots in some areas, medium-sized lots or larger lots, just more flexibility in lot size and some dimensional requirements, I believe, related to height and setbacks. That offers more flexibility so that you can maybe do more compact development in some areas and then less compact in others, but it does not result in a different overall density.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
I guess, just one of the, thinking about this from a couple different angles is, obviously one of the things that we heard last time was just the lack of a buffer. That is what we heard 2 weeks ago when we designated that to R3 that people had some concerns about. And one of the things that really stood out to me was how many people spoke against it last time, but yet this time it's exponentially even more. But however, I think what I'm kind of hearing from the residents is they're looking at the 3-story apartments up the road there and not wanting that, or just maybe especially what we have on the corner of Argent and 68 there, and suddenly just all of this, kind of appears. So, I'm going to probably struggle with this as much as Ms. Mattson, but I'm just wondering if, based on the testimony of the applicants, if a concomitant agreement might be better, if I pronounce that correctly, just might give some comfort to the residents of, the zoning that they're planning on, or the units they're planning on building per acre could match up to that, to give some of the citizens there the peace of mind that they're not going to end up with what they feel is a monstrosity right in their backyard.
So you're saying that if it moves to zone or high density 4, you'd like to see it with like wording that as far as townhouses, is that what you're trying to?
Yes, sir. Yes, give them the flexibility that they're looking for with the R4 zoning that can, get them the flexibility they're looking at within their square footage and working with their lots, but perhaps, the designation keeping it to townhomes and others that will prevent, a massive apartment complex from going in next. I'm just trying to find a middle road here is really what I'm trying to find, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mattson, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Mayor, and I am going to just refer to it as an agreement. I really struggle saying that word for some reason, but the agreement that Councilmember Grimm mentioned, that is within council's authority, and Attorney Ferguson, jump in at any time if I'm giving inaccurate information, but I believe council does have the option to formulate an agreement with the applicant that could require a landscape buffer and a commitment to not constructing apartments, since that is within the current applicant's plan. The downside to that, if I were the applicant or someone who owns the property, is that if the property does sell to a third party, let's say the applicant doesn't move forward, then the next person would be tied to this arrangement, so it would limit it. And I believe the public did bring that up as a concern during the hearing. Well, they say they're doing single family, but what if they turn around and sell it or change their minds, et cetera, et cetera. That is possible. So approved as is, the applicant could change their mind tomorrow and do apartments, or they could sell the property and someone else could build apartments. So if council does want to go that direction, and I haven't, discussed this with the applicant in advance, the council could set it up to where there's an agreement with this applicant to limit the development to a specific type of development. From a land use standpoint, I usually don't recommend this as the first option, just so we can respect our long range plans and all the time and effort that went into the EIS and the overall plan for Pasco, knowing that we do need to densify, and apartments are not looked at highly by most communities or existing residents. And I understand that. I'm not, I do empathize with that. However, to meet our numbers, the apartments do eventually need to go somewhere, and we need to start somewhere, and Broadmoor has been identified as a high compact transportation area. But back to the original question, that's certainly within your authority, and Attorney Ferguson can jump in if anything I just stated was inaccurate.
No, that sounds pretty accurate. Concomitant agreements are, just to be clear, that is an exception. So that would be something. So this is because you're doing a zoning determination. You essentially have three options. You can approve the hearing examiner recommendation as recommended, adopting his findings and moving forward that way. Or you can go the other routes, which is to enter a concomitant agreement or which would include modifications, and then you can also potentially completely deny the zoning. Although that's not going to be a real viable option, because this is recently annexed property and it does need to get zoned something, but doesn't necessarily mean it has to get zoned what was applied for. So. There's some nuances, because this is not a typical rezone, which is where typically concomitant agreement are in effect. This is an actual zoning determination from an annexation. So I don't know to what degree that would be the most viable option with this, since it's actually new zoning. That most of all that language in our code is under rezones, not zoning determinations from annexation. So I don't think that is necessarily means that it's not an option. I just don't know what exactly those procedural steps would be. I do know this, that any option you choose other than to move forward with the determination or the findings of the hearing examiner and the recommendation won't be able to be done tonight because the council will need to make its own findings either by determining that it needs to be modified and then enforced through a concomitant agreement or through denying it. So the option tonight is to move forward with the hearing examiner recommendation and approve the ordinance, which does that, adopts his findings and then his recommendation, or do your best to come to a conclusion on what the majority of council wants to have staff work on and draft to bring back to you for findings, which are obviously able to be amended, but we can't do that on the spot right tonight, not knowing whether it's going to be what the council's decision would be.
All right.
Attorney Ferguson, I'm not sure what the answer is to this question. The applicant has asked if they're allowed to state their position on this matter.
No, not at this time. This is a closed record hearing based on the recommendation from the hearing examiner. So the hearing examiner has, let me pull up here just one second. I lost you here. Okay. So the hearing examiner recommended, if I'm stating this correct, Ms. Madsen, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but the hearing examiner recommended approval with no conditions and not entering into a concomitant agreement.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. So I think so yes, if that is the recommendation of the hearing examiner, then I think that the applicant could speak on that matter.
Okay, so the applicant's permitted to go up and speak on this matter at this time?
Only if that was an issue that he addressed at the previous open record hearing.
So would I need to open up because I did close the record hearing, would I need to open that back up?
No, since this is a closed record hearing, and I appreciate you going through the machinations for that, but this entire hearing is a closed record hearing, and that's why the applicant or the folks, when they come up to speak, are only allowed to restate the claims, or excuse me, the statements that they made at the open record hearing. So it's from a technical standpoint, it doesn't have to be open and closed that specifically, but at this time, I don't think that the applicant addressed that at the hearing examiner level. So I wouldn't recommend him being allowed to address that at this time. We can certainly, staff and I can certainly work with the applicant separate and apart from this hearing. But at this time, I don't think that's advisable.
Yep, I concur with Attorney Ferguson's recommendation on not allowing the applicant to speak right now, because it was not brought up specifically at the original hearing, and we haven't permitted anyone else to bring additional information. So the applicant, that applies to the applicant as well.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I guess just, to empty the thoughts, I guess some of the thoughts that I'm working through as we think about this, beyond what we've even mentioned already, is I think it's important for the public to know, as I get reminded frequently, that I believe we're only one of 4 states in the whole union that has a Growth Management Act. And what that means is the state basically dictates how we are to build and the density and all that. And those requirements, like I think Ms. Madsen was trying to get to, is that density has to go somewhere. And, no one kind of wants it in their backyard, and that's what makes this really difficult. And my heart goes out, definitely the people that, no one wants to see their quality of life or their property value go down. But at the same time, to attract businesses out to the Broadmoor area, they're going to want to see more dense housing out there too. And so I think that's another side of this, we do need to consider at the same time. So, there are, I know the onion illustration gets way overused, but I think there are a lot of layers to this that are worthy of consideration.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Well then, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4796, assigning R4 High Density Residential District to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of the annexation area as recommended by the hearing examiner and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Let's do a roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right, let's move on to the other quasi-judicial one. Item C, ordinance number 4797, Department of Natural Resources rezone from RT to R3 and RT to C1. And let's also start off with Mr. Ferguson before we move it over to Director Mattson.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is, again, another quasi-judicial matter where proceeding is to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's a proceeding in which council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing or proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies and must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. Council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there has been any ex parte contact, and finally, any other conflict a council member believes that would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. Any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in the proceedings? Hearing none, please proceed.
All right, if we get Director Haley Mattson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to pass this off to our Planner 3, Ivan Barragon, and he will be presenting this matter. And this is not a closed record hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. So Ivan will take it from here. And Ivan, when you're changing slides, you can use the arrow on the keyboard. And if it doesn't work, oh, it does work. Okay, turning it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. As Ailey mentioned, my name is Ivan Barragon, Planner 3. Tonight, I will be presenting the rezone proposal submitted by Habitat for Humanity on behalf of the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. The request seeks to change the zoning from RT, residential transition, to R3, medium density residential, and from RT to C1, retail business district. I will be covering the Pasco Municipal Code, the Comprehensive Plan map, and the proposed city zoning map. A rezone petition must clearly justify the proposed zoning change, address potential impacts on nearby properties and the comprehensive plan, and include any additional information requested by the hearing examiner. Following the public hearing, the examiner evaluates whether the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan, provides community benefits, avoids negative impacts, requires any conditions or agreements with the city. A public hearing was held on September 10, 2025, and the hearing examiner issued a recommendation for approval on September 25, 2025. City Council consideration. Council may choose to approve the reclassification with or without modifications, enter into a concomitant agreement with the petitioner, or deny the reclassification. No appeals were received on this proposed rezone. The proposal is located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, and north of Interstate 182, partially within the area planned for future Road 76 overpass. The existing RT zoning functions as a transitional designation and does not align with the comprehensive plan. Under the comprehensive plan, parcel number 117530015, the western parcel, this large portion, is designated for medium density residential use with sets a density of 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre. This is outside of the Broadmoor overlay district, so that's why it's 20. A portion of parcel number 117500118, that's this sliver here, is designated for commercial use. And this center line is the anticipated Road 76 overpass. If ordinance 4797 is passed, the zoning map will be updated to reflect this change as shown. As noted in the agenda report, we are ahead of schedule on this rezone application, and we anticipate this will serve as the pattern for future projects reviewed by CED. Based on City Council consideration previously discussed, both staff and the hearing examiner recommend approval of the reclassification without modifications. Thank you for your valued time. I'm open to any questions or concerns you may have.
All right, does anybody on the dais have any questions?
No questions, just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
No, just looking forward to this. You know, I was at the site when the Director of Public Lands for the state of Washington, Hillary Franz, came out and met with some other leaders in the community and talked about this project. Councilman Harpster also let me sit in on a Habitat for Humanity luncheon he was at, where they kind of unveiled the project officially, and so it's going to be the largest, their largest build in the entire continent of North America is going to be right here in Pasco. And I know one of the goals of this council was to find a way for more affordable housing. So, you know, really looking forward to this. And, you know, I love that red line there that also represent the Road 76 overpass. So I eagerly support this, Mr. Mayor.
All right, sounds good. Anybody else? I'm not seeing any lights. All right, I guess you're off the hook there. So thank you. Can I get a motion?
You can, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4797, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, north of Interstate 182, in part within the area between the planned Road 76 overpass in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from residential transition RT to R3 medium density residential and RT to C1 retail business, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, did we hear from Councilwoman Bras? Be able to vote? I don't know if we lost her.
Did you get that? Nope, I'm here. Did you get that?
So what was your vote, yay or nay?
Yay.
All right, thank you for that. All right, that moves us on to item D, ordinance number 4798, approving Fat Beam franchise agreement. And this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to the renewal of a franchise for Fat Beam. They are a fiber optic provider within the city of Pasco. They currently serve the school district. They do not serve any residential areas. And this franchise will allow for them to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, remove, do all the things that they need to do with their underground fiber optics within the city's right of way. There was a public hearing held. Of course, I have the slides from our public hearing. I think you've seen all this information, so I don't want to delay this meeting unnecessarily. But I will go through. This is the area that they're serving on their installations, and those items in dark blue are the schools, which is what they're serving currently. This franchise is a 10-year agreement for them to, again, operate their infrastructure within the right-of-way. It is non-exclusive, meaning that there's others, other utility providers that may have a franchise within the same area, and all that is coordinated. These are underground infrastructure. And the public hearing took place on October 6th. There were no comments. And there were a handful of questions which have been answered now through this packet. They do not serve residential customers in Pasco, and they are not a disadvantaged enterprise. And with that, tonight's request is for action on this item, approving the renewal of the franchise for Fat Beam. Thank you.
All right, do we have any comments or questions for Director Maria Sarah? All right, so if I could motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4798, approving a non-exclusive franchise to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, or remove fiber optic cables within the public ways of the city of Pasco, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed say nay, so that again passes unanimously. All right, so moves on to E, ordinance number 4799, water and sewer revenue refunding bond ordinance. And this can be interim Director Garcia.
I'm going to be covering for Director Garcia. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
And evening, Council. The action in front of you is refinancing approximately $10.5 million of outstanding bonds. There's about 12 years left to the debt service. Traditionally in municipal government, if we have outstanding debt and there's favorable conditions where we can reduce the interest rates or other conditions, then we refinance it. It depends on what the interest rate is at the time. There's also cost to refinancing, so we consider all of those factors as any homeowner, let's say, would when they're looking to refinance their mortgage. The proposed, as we're going into this, we request council on their agreement on the matter, but there's also parameters within which staff can move forward in. And in this particular case, the parameters would be not to exceed $11 million in refinance debt principal, not to exceed 5.5% in interest rates, and a payment structure of semi-annual payments, and only move forward if the net savings is 3% of the debt service. So net savings would be just the total savings over the next 12 years minus the cost of issuing the debt. If it's not less than 3% of the debt service, then staff would not move forward. So at this time, staff is looking for your approval on the action in front of you. You do have a choice to vote this down, at which point staff would just not be refinancing the debt service that currently exists.
All right, is there any questions on this or? All right, well, it looks like let's get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4799 relating to the waterworks utility of the city, providing for the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $11 million aggregate principal amount of water and sewer refunding revenue bonds to provide funds to A, refund and redeem outstanding water and sewer revenue bonds of the city, and B, pay the costs of the issuance and sale of the bonds and the administrative costs of the refunding, fixing, or setting parameters within respect of certain terms and covenants of the bonds, appointing the city's designated representative to approve the final terms of the sale of the bonds, and providing for related matters, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously as well. Let's move on to item F, resolution number 4666. Interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission grant funding, the 2025-2026. And, well, you don't look like Chief of Police Ken Roski.
No, sir, I'm filling in for him.
All right, well, thank you for doing that. He's probably watching the Seahawks game, so.
Oh, good thing I'm a Baltimore fan. So, Lieutenant Matthew Decker, I'm a lieutenant for patrol, one of them for Pasco Police Department. I'm here in front of you again, make another request, so I'm going to give my usual dissertation to tell you what the Washington Traffic Safety Commission does, and then I want to just compliment the good work that the Pasco police officers have been doing, which is why I'm asking for your support again. The Pasco Police Department actively participates and cooperates with the Washington State Traffic Safety Commission meetings and enforcement programs. During these meetings, the PD obtains crucial operational data regarding current vehicular collisions and the enforcement programs designed to address this issue. These state-funded initiatives provide financial support to local law enforcement agencies for conducting specialized traffic details focused on DUI, distracted driving, seatbelt compliance, speed regulations, and public education. Notably, the state program spearheads the Target Zero campaign with a primary emphasis on educating high school students about the perils of impaired and distracted driving. The state-funded program has enabled Pasco police officers to tackle specific traffic concerns within the city while being financially supported by the state. To continue to participate in this enforcement that is reimbursed by the state, a letter of understanding or interagency agreement must be signed and submitted to the commission. This year, we saw the Washington Traffic Safety Commission was reduced our funding by about 20% statewide, but Pasco was actually able to get about $2,500 more in funding to do what we usually do, what we do best is go out there and enforce laws and make the roads safe. And I think that's in part, and I want to pat the men and women that have helped out this year with the dedicated DUI patrols, that we were picked out from the state. Out of everybody, I think only 5 departments in the entire state got this program for a grant for $43,000 that you guys also approved that interagency agreement for. During that, 379 total grant hours were used for that. 265 were in active DUI patrols, guys out there hunting for people on the roadways that were driving drunk. 114 of those hours were doing mentorship, meaning they were training new officers, those that aren't as good at that craft as others. They received $5,000 in new equipment to go help patrol. Officers made around 658 total contacts while they were out. That included stops for infractions, but most of the time just being visible and stopping vehicles that they believed to be drunk driving or speeding. They made 18 DUI arrests plus 32 other criminal arrests. That is just for the patrol that was out there working. That doesn't include the other officers who were out there doing these other patrols, which Pasco right now saw an increase in 32% in drunk driving arrests just this year. We're at about 150 arrests for DUIs. That is a 5-year high for the city of Pasco, and we haven't finished the we haven't finished the fourth quarter yet, just began it. DUI-related crashes, because of this enforcement and the actions of those police officers in this program and others like it, have decreased DUI collisions 36% since this program started. Unfortunately, that's not happening anymore. This program only ran from May to September, but this Target Zero program we're talking about does the same enforcement action. That's why we got about $2,500 more than what we did last year to handle this. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, to let you know that the men and women who you guys support and help me get things done in the city did a heck of a job this year. I'm very proud of them.
Appreciate that, Lieutenant Decker. Thanks for the good report. So anybody on the dais have a comment or question? Mr. Decker? All right. So if I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4666, authorizing the city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support high visibility enforcement activities during federal fiscal year 2025 to 2026.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye, all right, we heard that one. All those opposed say nay. So again, passed unanimously. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's move on to G, which is resolution number 4667, hearing examiner professional service agreement. And we'll get, it says you got Regis Adele, and then it also says city attorney as well, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Attorney Ferguson will be helping me as needed or correcting me as I'm getting things wrong. The agenda and item in front of you is authorization of for the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Andrew Kottkamp and Jay Eyestone from the law offices of Kottkamp, Yeti Mac, and S-Worthy PLLC for Pasco hearing examiner services. Mr. Kottkamp has been Pasco's hearing examiner since 2021, where he was selected after a request for proposal, where we got some qualified hearing examiners. He was selected as the best. Since then, he has performed a significant amount of services for the city, especially around, let me get my notes here, around special permits and rezones. Usually there are an average of 40 hearings a year or items a year, and so far staff has heard great things from applicants and also city staff alike regarding his professional conduct and in the impartial way that he conducts business for the city and the community of Pasco. At this point, the reason the contract is in front of you is there's been some changes to the indemnification languages that I will let Attorney Ferguson speak to if council has questions on. And we're looking at a contract that is hours-based, so essentially $225 per hour for hearing examiner services and about $150 per hour for travel services or travel time. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have, but I will also ask Attorney Ferguson if he has anything to add to this presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Dell. Yeah, the biggest concern with the need to bring this back in front of council was there was some language in with regard to the indemnification provisions, so that it didn't seem, or there were some people that believed that it wasn't as expansive as it needed to be to cover all the performance of the hearing examiner while serving as the hearing examiner. The city, obviously, the hearing examiner does those hearings on the city's behalf, and so one of the things that obviously the city does is indemnify their contractor to be able to engage in that activity in case somebody wants to try to sue related to their performance as in their official capacity as the hearing examiner. So there was some cloudy language that needed to get cleaned up. We've got that all squared away, and everybody agrees that it says what it says, which is that the hearing examiner is covered for all the functions related to the hearing examiner official capacity, not just a final decision. So that was the big thing.
Well, good evening. It is November 17th, 2025, and welcome to the City of Pasco Council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal actions on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting videos is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. So with that, let's do the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas. I believe she was going to try and be on.
Present.
Great, thank you. Blaisdell?
Here.
Cotta?
Here.
Morales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
I'm here.
And Mayor Milne.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so that brings us to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Item A is approval of meeting minutes for November 3rd and November 10th. Bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $6,604,806.16. Ordinance number 4800 amending PMC Chapter 3.60.40 debit credit card acceptance. Resolution number 4675 awarding bid number 23465 for process water reuse facility Phase 4 irrigation systems farm upgrades project to Rachi Incorporated of Pasco, Washington. Resolution number 4676, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers easement sewer main upsizing professional services agreement acceptance. Item F, resolution number 4677, sole source purchase of 3 valley pivots for the process water reuse facility irrigation system farm upgrades project. Item G, resolution number 4678, for professional services agreement for Tapsco Group USA Incorporated for the Sandifer Parkway and Road 76 intersection and pedestrian safety enhancements project. Item H, Housing Authority for the City of Pasco and Franklin County Board of Commissioners reappointment of Linda Duclos. Item I, Arts and Culture Commission appointments for Dana Dollarhide and Marie Marchand. Item J, Code Enforcement Board reappointments of Dwayne Van Beek, James Rawlinson, and Mary Gutierrez. Item K, Planning Commission appointments of Brian Tuxenick, sorry, I might have messed that one up, and Miguel Miranda. L, cancellation of December 15th and 22nd, 2025 regular scheduled council meeting and workshop. And do we have anything that we want to have moved from the agenda? Not seeing anything, so Mayor Pro Tem, could I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. So could we get a roll call?
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
That's a yes for me as well.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
All right, and thank you for the members of the audience that are willing to serve. Much appreciated. I see a few of them out there, so thank you. So with that, we're going to jump to number 5, proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing any, so we're going to jump to 6, public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions may be best directed at staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes, which is a little timer right there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and/or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And with that, do we have anybody from the audience that would like to make a public comment? We have the gal in the very back.
My name's Lori Thompson. Is this one?
No, you just need to push the button. All right, thank you. It's on.
My name is Lori Thompson. I live in the city of Pasco. And I just have a few comments, observations, and a request for the council's consideration. In regards to the processed water reuse irrigation facility, I'm wondering if there is some way to stifle the stench of that in perhaps reducing the spray of the irrigation to from a mist to a more raindrop type of thing, so much of it doesn't aerate and travel across town because it stinks. I don't know if there's some deodorizer you could put in it or what, but I just thought perhaps maybe there's some way you can change those sprinklers to where so much of it isn't going in the air and carrying that smell for the rest of us. Then the motion to approve near $500,000 for another 3 pivots for that facility. I'm just curious what burdened the farmer, who I assume grows hay under those pivots, and the facility making that refuge water. What burden do they carry in helping to finance these pivots, the operation of them, the maintenance, and all that? I'm just curious. I couldn't find that anywhere on the website. As a taxpayer, I'm concerned how what their cost sharing is in that. And then I want to encourage the council to create every opportunity possible to have voting by the citizens in deciding issues such as including but not limited to whether or not to have fluoride in our water, whether to have new car tab fees or a sales tax increase, our water and sewer bills, how much we want to spend on a transportation district, and all other manner of significant expenditures causing increased taxation and fees to us, the residents in Pasco. Not all of us got money just to keep going, yep, let's raise the rates, yep, let's raise the rates. Some of us are kind of stuck in our homes, and taxes and fees just keep going up, up, up. And so I just wanted to say I encourage you to ask the people what they would like to do in a lot of these situations. Next, I would also like to urge you to find...
If you could wrap it up, you're over your 3 minutes.
We need to fund and acquire additional on-the-ground law enforcement presence and activity towards the deterrence of crime on our streets and within our neighborhoods. The crime rate in Pasco is unacceptable. Now, I know it wasn't something the police could do something about beforehand, but the party where 6 people were shot by known criminals that had previously killed another kid at a party, 2.2 blocks from my bedroom window that night.
All right, well, ma'am, I appreciate that. I would really recommend probably sending a message to the city staff to answer your other questions. And then here on the dais, we are concerned with some of the other issues, whether we put it out before a vote or we handle it. I mean, people do elect us to vote things because if we always put it out for a vote, it would take forever. Things would take years. So, but I do appreciate your comments. So thank you.
I appreciate your time, and I think that if you were to maybe go out in and amongst your citizens a little more, you'll find that they're not into letting you make so much of those decisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, second row.
Hi, I'm Steve Norberg, Pasco resident, but I'm really on behalf of WSU Extension. My research program that goes through the Franklin County Extension Office here in Pasco, I lease land from the city of Pasco each year, and I just wanted to let you know some of the impacts that this research is doing for the community. In Franklin County, we have about 45,000 acres of alfalfa and hay ground. And these alfalfa variety trials that I conduct has the potential to impact about $3.1 million off of these farms for the community if everybody used the information. And so I'm just wanting to also share that this research goes beyond Franklin County. It's being used by all the irrigated acres in Washington State, which is about 350,000 acres. And each acre basically increases the productivity by about $68 per acre that's grown using this information. So it has a potential impact for the Washington State of about $23.8 million. So I just wanted to pass on that I appreciated the past year's use of that land that's up there by the water reuse facility that I leased 2 acres out of. And I just want to continue the lease that's there. I'm not saying that anything's really stopping that right now, but I just wanted you to know some of the impacts and how important it is for the community for the work that's being done on that particular piece of land. There is some, how do I say it, time that's required by the people that are doing the irrigation out there. And so I appreciate their efforts in helping me to get this accomplished. And also I just wanted to share that the research that I do is a long-term type research. When I plant an experiment, it goes for basically 3.5, 4 years. And so I can't stop a lease in the middle of it without causing significant problems. The varieties that I plant comes from all the major seed companies in the United States and North America. And so that money that's come in to do these trials from these companies would somehow have to be reimbursed. And so it would be a very unfortunate situation if it ever come to the fact that we'd have to quit this arrangement without at least 4 years of notice. So just wanted to let you know the situation, some of the impacts that's going on, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you for that, Steve. Do we have other members of the audience that would, looks like we got a gentleman also, yep.
Good evening. I'm Ken Pletsky. I'm a real estate broker here that practices in Pasco. I'm also a property owner. And I'm here tonight just to kind of speak because I know there's a vote on impact fees and water sewer connections and water sewer rate hikes. And I just want to inform you a little bit about what's going on in the real estate economy here in Pasco. And we're sitting at all-time high inventory, right? It's very hard to afford a house, especially for new home buyers to get into a home in these new developments that are coming out and being built in the city. And when you are talking about things like connection fees and things like that to impose on the community as a whole, the connection fee is when something new is being built or something in addition is being added to. So it's kind of an unfair burden in the sense of those developers are already putting in all the infrastructure. The city's not paying for those things. The developer at their own expense is putting that into the ground so that they can sell that to a builder, and that builder turns around and sells it to every citizen here in the city of Pasco that's buying that house. By implementing a connection fee at a higher rate and then staggering the fees that you're going to be the fees that you've got set up to where they're going to increase on a regular annual basis, that's going to directly impact the affordability that's going on in Pasco, because that's passed down to the consumer. And as we continue to do that with impact fees and things that are of that nature, it sometimes becomes an unfair burden. It's kind of like the school bond that went around several years ago that was just recently repealed. Thank you for doing that. That was appreciative. But that thing made a huge increase in the area. And what happens is the builders start to see that their product is no longer viable or sellable to home buyers here in the city of Pasco. So what do? They start looking elsewhere. So if we want to continue the growth and what we're seeing here in, going out in West and North Pasco areas, we have to be very conscientious of when we're starting to add in these fees. And I know that the staff's probably done a great job investigating all that. I applaud them for doing all the work they're doing. But if there's anything else that can be done to make it a more fair tax across the entire city, and I know all citizens wouldn't appreciate that, but when you're a home buyer buying new product, it's not an unlimited checkbook. You don't just have more money than everyone else. It directly affects your purchasing power, and that money is being spent in other areas of this city. So finding ways to actually broaden the expenses that are necessary to be paid through those rate hikes or through the connection fees needs to be dealt with at maybe another creative level or something along those lines. I would ask that you either extend the vote tonight and explore that even further if you can, or come up with ways where it wasn't a direct connection fee in the sense, because other homeowners in the area are not paying that impact fee. So it's actually driving the prices up higher and higher, which is going to pull theirs up, right? Because when we do comparable analysis, you're looking at recent sales. When you get recent sales, all of a sudden all the home prices are starting to go up. And this is a direct economic factor of what impact fees do to real estate pricing in our area. With all-time highs and interest rates where they're at, it'd almost be better to do this in an exploding market when the rate's really low at 3% and everyone can buy a house. And no one cares because everyone can afford one. Right now, we're just pricing people out and out and out. They're going to start looking elsewhere. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. We have other members. We've got a gentleman in the back.
Evening, Council. Thanks for being here tonight. So last week I sent a fairly lengthy memo regarding some detailed concerns I had with the proposed fee. I haven't gotten a response from that or any supplemental information, so I don't have any further comments to that specific letter, but I do have some additional concerns, having had a little bit more time to look into the topic. My additional concerns are a lack of adequate public process, our team's and council's inability to further review the legitimacy of the proposed fee increase due to the information likely being withheld by city staff, deviations in tonight's packets from what was discussed last week, which was a significant annual fee escalation, this proposed fee possibly being an illegal tax, which cannot be confirmed without the additional information which is currently being withheld, possible inconsistencies between what's being proposed tonight and FCS's actual results from the rate study work, lack of stakeholder and council member availability to review actual ordinances being proposed, as those are not included in the staff's packet, which is very out of the ordinary, and general lack of alignment between comprehensive plan, facility plans, and the proposed fee increase. I know there's usually people up here saying fees shouldn't go up, and then residents say that annual fees shouldn't go up, but I hope you take this to heart and make sure that you're making a good step, especially with the proposed escalation. It's looking at going up to, 70% escalation over 3 or 4 years for the water fee alone. So the numbers that were talked about last week, as of January 1st, that's not the number that was being presented in this packet. It's that plus 20-something% for water. So take a close look, make sure you're comfortable with it. Obviously, the development community is not comfortable with it, but make sure you have a good basis in your mind for how you're making your decision.
Thank you for that, John. All right, got the gentleman 4 rows in the blue.
Hello, thank you. My name's Brian Verhey. I live in Pasco up in Madison Park. And I wanted to come in and comment today about the discussion and likely vote around the removal of fluoride from our water supply. I came to the second listening session and have gone over the report that the city managers provided us. It is clear that the majority of Pasco residents would like fluoride to remain in their water. I have also talked to numerous dentists, dental professionals, many of whom actually came here and said the same things to you guys at the listening session. And it is clear that fluoride in water at safe levels, making sure we get the correct dose to our citizens, is actually the medical standard. And if we remove fluoride from the water supply, we're not hitting the people who can afford to go to a dentist regularly very hard. We're not hitting older folks very hard. We are devastating our at-risk youth and those families that cannot afford regular dental care. It is a very minor cost to continue this program, and as I would quote some of the dental professionals who are here, it is a much larger cost to correct it once we've removed it and we start to realize that mistakes were made. Now, I understand that there's a range of beliefs and that you guys have to listen and talk to your constituents. I would ask very simply that if for whatever reason you can't make the choice to leave it as it is right now, which I strongly would urge you to do, I believe that is the correct and only correct choice in my opinion. But if you can't do that, I think this is an item that may be worth the time and the exception to make sure that the residents of Pasco get to weigh in on, because it is such an expensive process to correct. Or at bare minimum, please allow the incoming council members who are not currently seated to be part of this discussion. Very simply, the right thing to do is make sure we're taking care of Pasco's youth, make sure we are not setting up kids for the statistic I was told, 30% more tooth decay, simply because we refuse to do what's right, do what we've done since 1998 with no measurable ill effects whatsoever. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you for those comments. The gentleman in the back.
Thank you. My name is Eric.
If you could push the button, I guess the microphone got turned off.
Sorry about that. My name is Eric Weinheimer. I live at 2220 SLI Road, Sunnyside, Washington. Just a quick comment about the impact fees on sewer and water. I think it's important that the city understands that these impact fees are going to reach out tremendously. If you start looking around, I do real estate work, mostly in agriculture, but if you start looking around, we're seeing a lot of new residential development go into Benton City. We're seeing a lot of it go into Grandview. Grandview has developed almost 1,000 lots in the last 3 years. People are moving that direction. People working here in Tri-Cities are commuting back and forth because a comparable house, Tri-Cities compared to Grandview, $100,000 more. So I think that the city needs to start looking at this stuff long-term, not get caught up in these issues of short-term needs for cash, and focus more on a long-term plan here if they want to continue the development here in the Tri-Cities. Just to give you an example, the LID that was put in up here off of, I think it was off of Road 52, cost about $20 million to put in. That's an LID, that's not going to be paid for by the city, it's going to be paid for by the developers and eventually the homeowners. But if you look at that, at 4 houses per acre, that's 4,000 homes. $400,000 a house, that's $1.6 billion that could potentially be lost by the city if you continue to push fees up. And that's what the city continues to do. More taxes, more fees, you're going to lose the long-term benefits of development as it starts to go away. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Do we have any other people in the audience that would like to make a comment? All right, sir.
Good evening, Council. Matt Heyer. I'm here on behalf of the Tri-City Association of Realtors. I'm not a dentist. I can't speak to the fluoride thing. I'm not a developer, and I'm not an engineer. I look at housing stats all day. One of the things I think everybody's kind of covered multiple topics really well already. One of the things I'd like you to consider, though, is a 2025 National Association of Home Builders study that roughly 2,000 people are priced out of a home in Washington State for every $1,000 of price increase. TCAR is right now working on a paper, I guess you could say, more of a research paper we might even have published. We're going to run it by some economists at the federal level before we do, based off some work that was kind of started in the 90s and kind of punted down the road. But essentially it follows the evolution of a upfront fee to a developer. And kind of our early report is showing that at the closing table, you're looking at a 2 times increase as people take a standard profit, pay their own things, commissions, whatever else kind of comes out of it. But it's important to consider that 90% of homes right now in the United States fall under a 30-year fixed mortgage. So when you look at the amortization table and you kind of take that fee out from its 2 times, it actually becomes closer to 5 times. So when we're talking about $8,000, I want you to keep in mind it's actually $40,000 to the home buyer. And also keep in mind the other fees that have already been passed, as the last gentleman just said, where it's making it less desirable to not only build here, but maybe take out a loan here. You could be looking at as much as $100,000 in the past year that we've added on. Then to Mr. Verhei's point, actually, there could be a lot of changes to council come January. So I think these are both actually 2 really big issues that maybe we don't want to rush headlong into and be at full strength with the people's electorate, like up there, in the new year. So I know I would appreciate, I know Jeff Losey from the Home Builders Association would appreciate a little more time to have a sit-down conversation with perhaps Risha and some of the Pasco staff just on potential other options that I am just curious if they've been explored or not. As far as additional TIF zones, you can use property taxes to pay for big projects like this. So just kind of a Q&A with staff, I think one last time would be great before we kind of rush into any kind of major increase and start talking about hundreds of millions of dollars on projects, especially in the status of the council as it is right now after an election before the new year. So I appreciate you guys though, and your hard work and where we've gotten so far in the city of Pasco. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Do we have other members in the audience that would, yes. Actually, the one in the back actually jumped up first, but you could be next.
Hi, I am Lindsay Palmer. I am the Access to Baby and Child Dentistry Coordinator for the Benton Franklin Health District. Public health does not get a lot of dollars, and oral health even less. I get 2 days a week. My whole job with them focuses on outreach to the poorest of the poor, the kids that are on Medicaid, making sure that they can get a dentist and that their families understand how important dental care is. And almost 70% of the kids in Pasco are on Medicaid, and about 50% under the age of the 6 even go to the dentist. And when we get to age 2, 17% and younger. So these are the kids that will really be affected by this. For almost 80 years, the science supports at this safe level, 0.7 parts per million, it's safe and it's effective. I don't argue that high amounts of fluoride are not good for us. Dental professionals agree with that, and that's not what we're fighting for this. We're fighting for the kids. We're fighting for the kids on Medicaid. Some people argue, oh, well, they can get toothpaste that has fluoride in it, but the kids I work with can't. They can't afford it. They can't even afford time off of work for these parents to take their kids to the dentist. And those are the ones that are hurt by this. So when you're making decisions on this, just know it's for those kids, the ones that want the choice, that if they don't want fluoride in the water, even if they don't believe in the science, they could buy bottled water. They can buy things outside of that, but this is really for the kids that we're making this decision for. Thanks.
Right. Thank you for those comments. A lady up front, yes. Oh, he turned it off, so you can turn it back on. Yep.
Hi, I'm Christine Tagaris, and I live here in Pasco. And my children have been raised going to the dentist and having fluoride treatments. And with all of that, they have had numerous cavities. And so I just feel like the dentists are against removing it because I think that it's creating problems for the kids to go to the dentist because, like I say, my children have had numerous cavities and had good dental care, fluoride toothpaste, fluoride in the water. And I feel like it's causing more health issues, and I think we should have a choice of what goes in our body. When I was a child, we had fluoride tablets that we could take, and if we chose to do that, we could. If not, we didn't have to. So I just feel like it's really up to the person. Each person should have their own choice as to what to put in your body. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. All right, well, let's jump to Mary here.
Anyone else?
We'll let you go. I'm not seeing anybody else, so.
Give me a minute to walk. This on?
It is.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident. In this room, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kirk confirmed there's no due process protection at animal control, and that animal control continues to send and/or sell our dogs and cats to WSU for research, then they're killed, provide a permit. And now Tri-City Animal Services, with the usage pay system, a bounty is put on our dogs and cats, and a ransom must be paid to get our pets out of animal control. See the Pasco City Manager report on 10/6/25, page 4, regarding 232 recent animal control cases. Provide for those cases: 1, total for the usage pay fines; 2, the number of due process violations; 3, the number of dangerous dog and breed ban notices; 4, the number of dogs and cats sent to WSU for research. Tri-City Animal Services still performs botched and cruel euthanasia methods, provide euthanasia training. Pasco has never provided the results for the following: 1, 48 counts of animal cruelty; 2, the stolen $375,000 donated by our local veteran in his will; 3, the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Rehire Zeiler provide results. With over a $500 million CIP budget made up by our tax dollars, Pasco gives nothing for our homeless people and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats, and yet ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins is paid nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Provide for: 1, Mr. Watkins' travel itinerary and travel costs; 2, the total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center, including the lazy rivers. Provide golden parachute retirement funds and taxes paid by Pasco to the following: 1, the Kerr Law Group and proxies; 2, Matt Watkins and/or Watkins Endeavor LLC; 3, GMP Consultants with Dave Zabel. Provide fines paid by Pasco and Hayden Homes for violating the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See videos and photos. Provide a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer station and for the Road 48 community park and water contamination reports for the ruptured sewer line. See photos. Provide all ULID LID designs for my property, include cost, start dates, U.S. mail notice to me, and all Pasco communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. All requests are for the record via RCW 42.56 and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for those comments. Anybody else in the audience? We got, well, here, we'll have her and then I'll have you next.
I apologize that I always get really emotional on these situations because as everybody is speaking up here, they really hit home personally to me. So while I don't have a family, I've chosen not to have children. It is just me. But I am that one that is on Social Security, which gets less than $1,000 a month. 71% of my income goes to lot rent. I do not have a vehicle. Before I was able to get, my family was able to change over my heating and air, I would turn off the heat and put as many blankets on because I could not afford the heat. There's years that I've gone without cleanings. When I went to the dentist, I asked for as much toothpaste as I could have because I did not have the money. When EBT was not given, I had no milk. I took videos of what was in my cupboards. So when you're talking about taking fluoride away, you're hurting me. When you're talking about increasing the water, sewage, garbage, you're hurting me. But I am not this unfortunate little girl from Guatemala that just has no education and was not taught well. I got sick, and I have a family, the same family who gave me this jacket. And if you know where this jacket comes from and who the ties are with this jacket, you know that's why this brown little girl has a voice. But you are hurting me every time you guys make a decision on letting these things build up. I have mental health issues, and waking up tomorrow is a choice I would rather not make. My family is fighting to keep me here, to fight for life I do not want. But these choices are hurting me. I'm sorry, but why should I wake up tomorrow? Because I can't afford a vehicle. I cannot afford the heat. I am being forced out of my home that my family bought me. And I just can't keep doing this anymore. And your choices have a direct impact on not only me, but many of us.
All right, the gentleman in the back.
Hi, I'm Dr. Spencer Jalek. I am a practicing, or was a practicing dentist. I practiced for 42 years here in Pasco. Back in '99, I was on the board for the Washington Dental Service Foundation, and we did a study of the state of Washington to see what childhood decay rates were. There was 3 counties in the state that were the worst: Yakima, Adams, and Franklin. Franklin was the worst of the 3. So we approached the city of Pasco with $214,000 to buy the equipment to fluoridate the water here in Pasco. Since then, the water has been fluoridated. There's been no adverse effects. You now have a survey. You've gone through the 90-day period. You have a survey that shows the citizens of Pasco are in favor of water fluoridation. Now, some will say that fluoridation should be a personal choice. But I can tell you, untreated dental disease doesn't just affect one person. It affects schools when kids can't learn because of pain. It affects workplaces when parents miss shifts to take their children to the dentist or emergency room. It affects taxpayers because we all pay for the cost of a preventable disease. Fluoridation, on the other hand, quietly and equitably protects every child, every family, every day. And it's working. Since Pasco began fluoridating, Franklin County no longer ranks at the top for childhood decay. We're now at the state average. That's progress. It's not perfect, but it's proof that this works. This is about giving our children the best science has to offer. If fluoridation is taken away, we're not just turning back the clock. We're deciding that young families will carry a heavier burden and that taxpayers will pick up the bill for needless suffering. City councils are often faced with tough decisions, but this one is not tough. The science is clear, the need is clear, and the benefit is measurable. I urge you, as someone who has seen the faces of children in pain, please continue fluoridating Pasco's water.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that would like to make a comment? Going once. Going twice. All right, 3 times. All right, well, thank you for those comments. Let's move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees and or officers. Do we have any verbal reports stuff that we did this last week? Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep them brief as I know we have a long meeting. Thank you for allowing me to go represent council and the city for our Veterans Day celebration right here at Volunteer Park. It was great to honor Councilwoman Barajas, who's online, also made it and did a nice presentation for Wreaths Across America. And so it was really good to celebrate our veterans. And then on Thursday, I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board meeting where we actually went over a bunch of end of the year stuff, but really a couple of the big presentations were just the 2026 operating capital budgets and the proposed annual service plan update for next year. But thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any of the lights, so Councilwoman Barajas, did you want to make a comment on the C&D Wine Ventures grand opening with former Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, first I wanted to share that as Mayor Pro Tem Grimm shared, I was at the Veterans celebration. Great bunch of people came out there. My son was able to make it out there with a few of his friends. But it was a great celebration for everyone. Great day. C&D ribbon cutting, as you know, former Mayor Pro Tem Craig Maloney and partnership with Damian Davis and his wife, Emily Maloney, opened up a wine showcase in downtown, heart of Pasco. So there was a group of us out there. Former Mayor Matt Watkins was out there as well. Yourself and your wife were there, Mayor. But again, it was a celebration of an opening of something different in Pasco, something to welcome people. So if anybody has any questions and wants to know how to pair a certain wine with a certain food, come and visit them. Come and check it out. It's great location right in the heart of Pasco, downtown Pasco on 4th Avenue. Come and visit. But, just a shout out to everyone that came out there, and Pasco's growing. We're attracting different types of business. So, come and support small business. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah. If you're into wine, I'd say check it out. They had some unusual wines. So love to see unusual business in the heart of, or the downtown part of Pasco. And I did want to commend Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for filling in for me. I would have liked to have been there, but flights were delayed, and I just want to make sure that it was covered with good leadership. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for all the council members that were able to attend. Not seeing any of the lights, so let's move on to item 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. We're going to start off with 8A, which is a public hearing, Transportation Benefit District, and we're going to go with the Deputy City Manager, Regis Adele.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. This is an item that we've discussed before, and today is a public hearing. There is no action from council's perspective, but staff is looking for discussion and direction. With that, Transportation Benefit District is a special purpose district that funds transportation improvements. So you're thinking of fixing potholes, overlaying older streets, pavements, things like that. And also it can include new projects as well if council chooses for that to be scope of the Transportation Benefit District. City Council serves as the governing board. At some point, if you choose to form it, you can assume its powers so you can make decisions as you do with any other city decisions. And there's right now about 124 cities in Washington state that have adopted this transportation district. The reason for such a widespread adoption is really a large amount of funding that the cities used to get from state is not really available anymore. One of the main sources of funding is motor vehicle fuel taxes, and so for the better, we have a lot more fuel efficient vehicles. So that revenue source is declining, but then also on the other side, the expense for maintaining of the streets is increasing quite a bit, especially post-pandemic. So cities are struggling with funding this particular street maintenance service overall. There's two avenues to go about Transportation Benefit District. One is vehicle license fee, also known as car tab fees. In total, you can apply about $50 per vehicle, and but however, your first 2 years can be $20. After that, you can increase that by $20 more to $40. $50 can be imposed, but it needs to be voted in by the people. Revenue projection for the city with a vehicle license fee is about $1.3 million per year. The second option.
Now, just a quick question. Is that
Yes.
1.3 million, is that at the $20 rate or at the $50 rate?
$20 rate, because that's the action that you would be taking if you chose to do so.
Okay, thank you.
With sales tax, it's 0.1%. As a sales tax, it all comes back to the city. And there is an additional 0.1% or 1/10% that can be approved, but it needs to be voted in. So a city like Walla Walla, you will see a table come up here soon. Their voters did vote in an additional 0.1% to fund transportation or street maintenance. The revenue projection for the city with this is a lot higher, which is $2.3 million. One of the advantages of sales tax is that everybody pays for it, not just the residents. So anybody who shops within City of Pasco would pay for this for the roads. And that feels fair because they would be driving the roads to come to the city. There's also challenges with it of economic development and higher sales tax fees overall. The benchmarks, you'll see City of Pasco has no transportation benefit district. Kennewick recently implemented one, which is the sales tax, 0.1%. Richland used to have a $20 car tab fee. They very recently have migrated to 0.1% of sales tax as well. West Richland has none, Prosser has $25, and Walla Walla has 0.2%. So some of the decision points is, do you want to create this district? That's your number one decision. And after that, if the answer is yes, then would it be a sales tax or a vehicle license fee or a car tab fee? What would be the geographic boundary of a district? There's been few cities who have done a very specific boundary, but that's usually related to a very specific project. And what the scope is. And so you can control the scope. You cannot go outside of transportation related scope, but you can, be it pavement maintenance, reconstruction, traffic maintenance and operations, and also some other capital projects as well. If council was to approve a transportation benefit district in any form, it takes about 6 months after that approval. We have to notify the state. There's some process to go through for it to be effective. And with that, staff is looking for council's direction on how you'd like for us to move forward so that we can either bring this back to you in the form that you would like to see.
All right. So I assume we're going to do the public hearing and then you want to hear from the council? All right. So with that, we're open to public hearing. If anybody would like to make a comment on this, and we'll give you 3 minutes as well on this. So if anybody in the audience would go on once. All right.
Ken Pletsky, I've already introduced myself. So just questions on the district overlay. It said point out, is there a specific area that the city's looking at for this purpose? Or is this a city-wide district? Because if it's a transportation that's going to be fixing roads or potholes and things like that, specific district area might be necessary. But also if it's generating $2.1 million, it might be a citywide thing. So I think it would be a correlation of how much money you're bringing in to how big the district would be. You're nodding your head. So I'm assuming she's already thinking this.
The estimates of the revenue are citywide.
So a citywide district over the whole of the city. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
All right, thank you for the comment. If any other members of the audience like to make a comment, going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, public hearing is closed. So now if I could get to any members of the dais that would like to make a comment on this or get the staff what they're thinking, let's start off with Councilman Cotta.
We have to do something to fund our roads. I mean, obviously, if that funding's going away, then we have to do something to keep them maintained. So forming this district, I think, is a logical idea. It seems like these other cities that are doing it, our neighboring cities, are doing it out of necessity as well for that funding going away. And we just have to have some measure of doing it. I would discourage the car tabs option. Like the sales tax is a better one, citywide. It does bring more funding into the city. And with a budget shortfall that we know we're facing, it's going to contribute more to that. And I think just when we say car tabs, it's just, after what we've been and experienced as a state with car tabs, it's not a good idea to pile onto that.
All right, thank you for that, Councilman Cotta. I don't know who went first, but
It was Charles.
All right, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have similar comments. I'm, just struggling. I mean, there's needs all over the city. I think of 3 overpasses we need. I think about US 12 and A Street. I think of Foster Wells and US Route 395 and of course, Road 76 and 182 to help alleviate some of the West Pasco congestion. And, those 3 themselves are close to $100 million. And so, yeah, there is a need. It's going to cost some money. And obviously, those all going across roads maintained by the state. I'm sure there'd be some state and federal grants, but obviously there's still some local funds addition. And there's great need around here. I think about the pavement preservation. I drive up Road 68 every day. It's pretty rough out there. There's a lot of need. Plus the added infrastructure as we continue to grow. I guess I mentioned pavement preservation already. I'm struggling myself because I look at all the local sales tax and we're already the leader at 8.9 and our neighbors have 8.8 and 8.7 and granted 0.2% of that was voted on by the citizens of the city of Pasco for the aquatic center out there, but we just kind of keep inching that up higher and higher and I'm struggling, but I totally agree with Councilman Cotta. I think for lack of a better phrase that the car tabs have become like a sacred cow in the state and I think for many of good reasons and I'm just really torn on this. I see the need for infrastructure and I hear from the citizens the need for infrastructure, but I think all of us there's some trepidation in wanting to pay for it. So I think that's kind of the struggle. We look around and see the need. And as a conservative, I mean, I'm going to always, default towards where can we cut back or where can we do efficiency changes and process changes to be more streamlined and be a better government. And, I think staff's made some great changes along those lines. But in the same way, we are not going to cut or streamline into all the needs around the city. So this is just a really hard decision to make, Mr. Mayor.
So I heard a lot, but it seemed like you went around the question. Did we want to say something specific, or are we just gonna still unsure?
I think I would pass for now. If I had to vote next week, Mr. Mayor, I'd probably be a no, but perhaps pick this up again next year. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be a hard no for the car tab fee. I think the residents and citizens of Washington State have said that clearly. We don't want to see our car tabs go up anymore. I'm in the same mindset of my fellow council members about cutting things, streamlining items, within the city, but we need to maintain our roads. But at the same time, I hear the concerns and the trepidation, that's a good SAT word, of our residents about all these taxes and fees and inflation and everything's going up around them. And I do believe that if we were going to increase our sales tax, which is something I would be for, the citizens of the city of Pasco should vote for that. So the only way I would be for this would be if it was a citywide vote. I do think it's a little short-sighted with the cart tabs, which is why I'm not in favor of it. I understand that we did increase our sales tax, by 2/10 a couple years ago for the aquatic center. That's a want, but roads and infrastructure are needs. And I would hope that the residents of Pasco would vote to increase their sales tax to maintain their roads, fix their potholes, and keep the lines looking good out there. But I think at the end of the day, the residents should have a say in this, and I think the most prudent thing would be to put it on them. And if they don't want to increase the sales tax so we can maintain our roads, well, that was their decision. So, thank you.
All right. Before I tell you what I think, let's go with the Councilwoman Barajas. Did you want to make a comment, Councilwoman Barajas?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, I'm having some difficulties on my end. But I'd like to add that, we've been struggling with this back and forth. We've always been talking about improving roads. We've received
Is there any way you could speak up?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Couldn't hear you before, but hopefully we can hear you now.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm just going to recap real quick. We've been talking about this for some time now, especially in regards to needing to improve our roads, our streets, fixing potholes, the infrastructure needs to be working adequately to continue service, not only to our daily commuters, but to our emergency vehicles. The only way that I see that happening is obviously through a tax. But I also agree that we can't continue adding more taxes. So I would say putting it back into the people. Let the people decide if they want to continue, driving over potholes or contributing to fixing their daily commute routes. So I'd be in favor of putting it up back into the people for a vote.
All right. Thank you for comment. I guess my 2 cents on this would be, since I do drive the roads, and a lot of times I'm riding a vintage bike, and you ride a 1940s motorcycle, sometimes you are not thrilled when you get to work because your jaw hurts and your body hurts with all the vibrations because of the roads. So obviously we do need better roads, 100% for that. I will have changed my mind on the tabs. Sounds like everybody's against it. Kind of changed my mind on that as well. I think it should be a tax, but I will go with the councilman as far as Perales and Barajas. As far as I think it's moving forward, I think we should just put this out for vote and let the citizens decide. I know there's been a lot of taxes that we're talking about, pushing forward, rate and fees. So I believe my vote would be to also put it out for a vote at the next election, see where the citizens want to go with that. So I think we have, I guess we're going to go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one clarification question. If we do put it out to vote, what is there a cost associated with that?
Yes.
And what does that cost?
It differs based on who else is also on the ballot. So it can go anywhere from about $38,000 to $170,000.
So that would be if we added it on February's ballot, but if we were to wait until November, would it be the same cost?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Blaisdell, on the other agenda item with regards to fluoride, there is alternatives outlined in the memo of the different costs of elections. I would say that information on that memo would apply to your question here, because the costs of those elections aren't going to change. You can keep putting more city
items on those ballots, but what you're paying for is for the polls to be open and the machines and the counting and all those kinds of things. So the number of ballot measures doesn't really matter. What matters is if you're splitting it with other entities, then you're sharing the cost that way. So I'd also remind the council, however, though, that I don't know if this will necessarily change your opinion, but now you're putting this revenue out almost a year and a half, 2 years before we see any of this revenue, which means it doesn't go to work for our streets anytime soon.
All right, well, we know we're against the car tabs for the sales tax, 1%. So again, if we want to bring it up in January when we have the full 7 members, maybe that's, I don't know how on the agenda where it was at, but maybe we'll have 2 different votes with the other council members and then a third. So, but I would say that right now it seems like we're all on board for a sales tax, whether it's done by the council or done by the electorate. So I think that's the direction I would direct towards staff on this. All right, any other comments, or we're good to move on? We're good. All right. So let's go to item B, which is a public hearing and ordinance number 4801, McCarthy Street right-of-way vacation. And we are going to go with Director Haley Matson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you, we are holding a public hearing for the proposed vacation of portions of the McCarthy Street right-of-way and the adjacent alleyway in a segment of North Idaho Avenue, known collectively as Vacation 2024-05. I'm not sure if we have a PowerPoint for this. If not, there is a document in your packet. Oh, it looks like we do not. So there is a map in your packet that shows the different moving parts related to this, and I'll cover it also in the presentation. So the original petition for this sought to vacate the entire McCarthy Street right-of-way, and the City View Cemetery had expressed concerns over this approach about losing potential access if North Oregon Avenue would ever be blocked. So the staff and the applicant and the cemetery collaborated and reached a mutually acceptable solution that's outlined in the packet. And the key components of the right-of-way vacation is that the McCarthy Street right-of-way was reduced from 80 feet to 60 feet, which is consistent with our local access road standards. The alignment was also straightened to improve a future turning movement off North Idaho Avenue, and the alley was vacated adjacent to several of the parcels in the vicinity. There's also adjustments that were made to North Idaho Avenue right away to match the existing road configuration. And finally, additional utility and access easements were provided. So there is a map that shows all the moving parts, and this will be required to be recorded after the fact. Staff reviewed the application under the conditions required for right-of-way vacations, and we believe that it meets all the findings listed in PMC 1240. And we believe this supports the goals to better align and improve traffic safety in the area. And we have proposed to waive the appraisal requirement based on the additional right-of-way proposed and easements proposed and the alignment that was proposed through this application. So we are recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any technical questions if you have them prior to opening the public hearing.
All right, does any members of the council have any questions before we open up the public hearing? I'm not seeing any, so it looks like you're off the hook on that one. So with that, let's open up a public hearing. Does anybody want to make a comment on this issue? Got the gentleman in the black.
Hi, thank you, Haley. I'm Paul Knutson with Knutson Engineering out of Kennewick. So I've been working with this property for probably about 2.5 years. In the past year or so, the current owner had approached me to try to help him get this property of his cleaned up. I think the exhibit's really self-explanatory if you're looking at it in the packet of how things are cleaning up. I mean, this Fry's addition, I want to say my recollection was this was not even a Franklin County plat. This was a Whitman County plat before Franklin became its own county. It shows the date to it, all the types of alleys, all the types of little intersecting streets that they had. the way that we've got it worked out right now, showing McCarthy's still going to have access. It's just straight. It's clean. It meets the current city standards for right-of-way width, not the excessive width that it was way back when. And just cleaning up the geometry in that area. I think it's a good move, and we appreciate the council hearing us out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Anybody else in the audience like to make a comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. Let me close the public hearing. And since I'm not seeing any lights on, can we get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, sir. I move to adopt ordinance number 4801, vacating portions of McCarthy Street, Alleyway, and North Idaho Avenue right-of-way in Fraze addition to Pasco, Washington, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And did we hear from Barajas or?
Aye.
Okay, all right, so it's unanimous. All right, so let's jump to C, which is a public hearing in ordinance number 4802, 2026, ad valorem tax and general fund revenues, with Deputy City Manager Rachel Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are doing an annual ritual for any cities, which is discussing property tax. As a review, we are not only obligated to discuss property tax, but also go over general fund revenue as well. And there is a fancy name for what we're discussing today for property tax, which is also called ad valorem tax. Under our state law, no local government may increase property tax more than by 1%, which essentially means as a body. So essentially that means if we collected $100 last year in total in property tax, and there were no new construction within the city, we can only collect $101 the following year. So there's a limit to that. That limit does not include any new constructions that are coming in. So you will see some tables there where you're going to see line by line item for that 1% for the existing properties, and then an additional for new construction sales tax. The city is also not allowed to increase by 1% if the inflation is not as high. So I do remember those years where inflation was quite low, and the implicit price deflator, which is another inflation measurement, was less than 1%. So you could only increase property tax by that amount, whatever that implicit price deflator was. For this year, it was definitely higher than 1%, so the city is limited to that 1%. This graph is a good example of how much our assessed valuation has gone up over the years, and because there's a limit on how much the property tax collection can go up, you will see the orange line, which is the rate that has been decreasing over time as the assessed valuation has been going up. I will have some data right after this. City of Pasco has the highest assessed valuation in property taxes compared to the other two cities. So in Tri-Cities, we have the highest assessed valuation. But we do have the lowest property tax rate. You will also see some peaks there that a little bit hard to see on the screen. You will see some 2 years where one went up quite a bit in 2018, and city has taken bank capacity, which is essentially if you chose to not take your 1% increase, which we've done in the past, then you can collect it all and increase the property tax by whatever your bank capacity is. In that peak year, it was 23.1% increase in property tax. That definitely would have impacted people. We were lucky that that year we had McCleary Act, which reduced property taxes for the state school for Pasco residents. So we were able to time that well where the impact for people was not as much and their property taxes were still reduced. And then you will see a slight jump from last year, which was when council also took the remainder of the bank capacity. So our bank capacity at this point is at 0, and that was an increase of 5% of property taxes. So you can choose to bank, but when you take it, there's a greater impact. I will tell you the story that bank capacity is something that you can adopt. And then it leaves your hands, and then you have no control over it. You should have it, but there's a lot of things that can happen over the years. And there was a time when the city was at risk of losing its $1.8 million a year for perpetuity because there were some audits that had been done, there were some errors, and it took us quite a bit of work to get that back. So I say that not to discourage you from taking one action or another, but for you to be aware of the risk that exists. And so there's Department of Revenue, there's the county, and then there's us. So there's 3 entities within which things can go wrong. So this table, a little bit dry, kind of gives you a detail of what our last year's levy was, which was almost $14.5 million. And then you get to take that 1% if you choose to do so, which is another $145,000. And then there's some state utility, which is for utilities that are constructed like railroad, electric, things like that. And then the new construction, which are new homes, new commercial buildings, industrial buildings. And so the levy amount, if you chose to take that 1%, would be $15.4 million. If you chose not to take that 1%, then it would be about $15.3 million. The levy rate for 1%, taking the 1%, you are going to see 0.008 dollars change, and that basically means a $5 annual rate property tax increase for a home that is valued at $500,000. If you chose to not take that 1%, then there would be a decrease in property tax by about $1 for the same home. So those are the 2 choices that you have in front of you. Some comparisons with neighboring cities. You'll see Richland leads on tax collection. They have a levy for library, and which right now comes out of our general fund. And then there's a general rate, which is what most cities apply. So they are collecting about $23 million. Kennewick is collecting almost about 16, and we're collecting $14.6 million. So that is kind of the environment of property taxes. And with that, do you have any questions on this particular topic? Because we will be moving into general fund revenue review next.
All right, do we have any members of the dais that have any questions, or? I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
Not here in Bras either, so I guess I'll
conduct a
public hearing on this. You're gonna.
If you can,
okay.
Yes, we would need to.
Okay, you know if you were stopping that. Okay, but I guess there's more. Oh boy.
Yes. So what you have on screen right now are the taxes that the general fund receives, and this is usually what people think of when they think of government, and especially a city. They pay property taxes, they pay sales taxes, utility taxes, and in return they get certain services like public safety, good roads, things like that. You will see taxes is the majority of what you receive and what funds your general government services. So right off on the side, those little blue bars, 33% of your total revenue in general fund is coming from your sales tax, so that's your number one revenue source. And then after that, it's utility tax, which is about 19%. Neck to neck with that is your property taxes. So, and then there's some other taxes that that add up to about 1%, so not really a significant amount. We've made some adjustments, so you'll see a biennium adopted budget and then an estimated budget. So we've made some adjustments to property tax and also to the utility tax. I do want to be transparent that as it's written in the staff report, we've anticipated council increasing the utility tax rate, and that is included in the estimated amount. If you choose not to do that, we will just remove that for the next year. This is a little of a history of all of our property taxes over the years, and you will see the impact of the bank capacity, the city having taken the bank capacity over the years. This is a really important slide to think about, especially for our viewers at home and here in the council chambers. I know that when we say our property tax is really low, it does not feel like that always. But when you pay property taxes, it goes to different places, and the city is one of them. And so a large part of it goes to school district, about 47% right now. 29% goes to state, and then the city gets about 4%, and then county 8%, and then some others about 2%. So when you're paying, let's say, $100 property tax, then the city is getting $14 of that. Our sales tax is a major revenue. You will see some decrease in this year's estimate, and the reason for that is we're just seeing some slowdown overall in the economy, and so we're always more conservative in terms of revenues overall. The other key part to remember here again is, where does your sales tax go? So you might be paying 8.9%, but the city is getting about 1% of that total. A large part of that, 6.5%, goes to the state. 0.6% goes to transit, and then there's some others there. We had mentioned the Public Facilities District. There's that 0.2 or 0.2%. So not all of the sales taxes that are generated within the city come to the city government. They go to many other forms of government that are vital, but we just want to be clear of where the money is going. The next part to be very aware of is where the money is coming from. The retail trade is a large percentage of that. That also includes some things like auto sales, that when the economy is not as good, those things are more sensitive. Whereas if you have, let's say, more of the groceries are not taxed, but the taxable day-to-day items, you can rely on that because people are buying that even during difficult times. The city receives about 23% of its sales tax in total from auto sales, so that's something to be aware of. The other part that I would like to bring to your attention is construction sales tax. That is also something that you cannot count on all the time. So, for example, in the past, when we've received large amount of construction sales tax just from one project, like Amazon or Dairy Gold, a good strategy is to hold that money in reserves and use it for one-time things, because construction is a one-time activity, especially if it's a large construction project. So those are two areas that you have to be aware of in terms of where your sales tax come from. Utility tax, which we will be talking about a little bit here, is also something that we charge. Right now our current rate is 8.5% on all of the utilities. That includes electric, garbage, water, sewer. And we're looking to increase that for city-owned utilities as well, and so council is going to be deciding on that here later on. But it's also a vital revenue source. What you will see because of the property tax limit is you're going to see small cities or towns really across Washington state where the utility tax could be as high as 50, 60, 70%. And the reason for that is because they do not have sales tax, because they don't have as much of an economic base to pull from, but they still have to have a small police department. They still have roads that they have to manage. And so you will find some smaller towns really relying on the utility tax to replace the sales tax. Because the property tax can only go up by 1%, and we all know inflation is going to go up by a lot more. So where do you find the rest of that money? It's going to be on the utility tax. And I will just say that that goes to show you why growing our economic base is super important. The cities in Washington state rely on sales tax to be a vibrant community and to be able to fund as much of their services as our community desires. Our next category, and I do apologize, I'm not sure why it is cutting off there. It must be my rush job. I will just verbally let you know, and this is also on your packet as well. This is just fees and charges, so they're kind of into categories of general government, public safety, culture and recreation, things like when kids are coming in for swimming lessons, and general government is we charge utilities for our engineering staff. There's also admin services that we charge, which is essentially an overhead for some of the other funds. You are going to see a significant change between the adopted budget and the estimated budget in this area, and a large part of that is because there's been significant vacancy in our engineering department, and we usually have we charge labor and significant overhead to our utilities to kind of fund that and get some revenue for general fund. But because there's been vacancy, while there's labor savings, there's also significant decrease in that overhead revenue as well. So we're having to make some of that adjustment. And we are also seeing decreases in permits, which you will see. There's some elements of the whole development process here, like the plan check fees and things like that, that you will also see a decrease in. So overall, I'm going to skip through some of these things in effort of time here. But please stop me if you have any questions. Whenever you see that little yellow graph, that essentially means that we're expecting a decrease in revenue than what we've adopted. Overall, in summary, we think that our adopted revenue is going to be about, our actual revenue is going to be about $1 million less than our adopted revenue. So that's our estimate at this point. So this category is our intergovernmental. So essentially anything that we're getting from state, we're getting from Port of Pasco. There's liquor board and excise tax, so we get some share of that. State takes a large part of it. I will always say that. We get very small portion for liquor sales and also marijuana sales as well. So state takes a large part of that. There's also a PUD privilege tax, which is a utility tax that gets allocated to different cities for different bases. And we're not really expecting major changes here. We're expecting some increases with the trend that we're seeing, but nothing really significant. You'll also find that grants it can go up and down as you are, depending on what you have, like safer grants, COPS grants. If they're expiring, you're going to see the graph go down significantly. Another area that we've been discussing quite a bit is licensing and permits. Building permits, we're expecting it to be significantly down this year. Council has been seeing that trend in the report that Interim Director Garcia has been presenting, and she's been monitoring. We are expecting to be about $1.5 million, $2 million down overall in permitting compared to prior years. That is, and we heard earlier from some of our residents as well in terms of the real estate market, and that is the area that you're going to see a significant decrease in this particular area. And please stop me. I understand some of this can be very dry, and I'm a little bit rusty. It's been a while since I've been in the finance department. There's some other things like fines and forfeits of just traffic court fines, some of the utility fines as well that are pretty minimal in terms of impact to the overall general fund revenue. As you can see, it barely reaches 2%. And then some extras that are, we call it other sources. They're usually transfer-ins from other funds. Interests, I do want to say that this is an area that our finance department has done exceptionally well. They've invested. They're not allowed to go out and invest in the stock market, but they've done really good in terms of leveraging the fund balances, the reserves that we've had to ensure that we are getting as much of the returns as we can. And so you're looking at about $1 million more than what we've anticipated in our adopted budget. So that helps a lot, especially when your permits are not coming in as much as we had anticipated. So overall, you have about 240% increase in assessed valuation, which is essentially property tax value in the city of Pasco since 2016. So in the last 10 years, our property value has gone up by 240%. We are recommending to council that you take the 1%. You have the choice to bank it, and we are going to be bringing back a supplemental budget which will include some of those reductions and increases in the revenue, as well as all of the other expenses that the staff is anticipating in the coming weeks. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right, well, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for really a great presentation. I know you skipped a lot of slides and everything like that, but as I'm just sitting here listening to you, I'm just realizing this is the taxpayers' money. This is, and I really appreciate the transparency that they see where this is coming from, what the expenses are, because really we're just stewards of their money and everything like that, and that is so good for us to keep in mind. And so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, and just for the sake of the public at the same time. So really, if I'm hearing you correct, the city gets 1% more every year, but it's just our decision whether we want to take the 1% now or not take it for a few years and then come back and basically take 4 or 5% from the public in 4 or 5 years. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that is correct. Historically, whenever we've taken a bank capacity, it has been 23% increase one year, which I don't think people felt because the state had to reduce how much they taxed us. But then last year was 5%. So anytime you take a bank capacity, instead of the property tax going up by 1%, it goes up by whatever that over the years accumulation is.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is a little different, but I know one of the chief complaints we've gotten from council is that, maybe we don't visit a rate or a fee for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden it feels like kind of this jarring hit, which sounds like what that would be in 4 or 5%. So yes, I know the mayor still has to open up a public hearing, but I would be in favor of not banking that and just going ahead and taking it incrementally this year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I'm not seeing any lights on. And Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to say, or are you good?
No additional comments.
All right, so with that, let me open up a public hearing. If any member of the audience would like to comment on this issue, you're now more than welcome to step up to the podium. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, since nobody jumped up, close the public hearing. And do you want to get clarification on motions A and B, or you know what you're...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I'm reading these correctly, it looks like option B is the non-bank one, the 4802. Is that correct, Ms. Sigdell?
That is
Mr.
correct.
Ferguson? Okay, well, that would be the motion I would prefer to make, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, with that, can I get a motion?
Option B, I move to adopt ordinance number 4802, providing an increase in the regular property taxes of the city for levy in 2025 and collection in the 2026 tax year, and providing for related matters and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. Since this is a tax issue, why don't we just get a roll call on this?
All right. Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes as well.
Passes unanimously.
All right, thank you for that. All right, let's jump to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. And we have 9A, resolution number 4679, initiate emergency comprehensive plan amendment arising from Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan update. And we got Director Haley Matson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's item is to request to initiate an emergency comprehensive plan amendment that is stemming from the Pasco School District's 2025 update to its capital facilities plan that was adopted in March of this year. And I did want to note that the reason this one and the next item are being brought forward as an emergency amendment currently is because we are in the midst of a periodic update of our comprehensive plan that happens every 10 years. And the state law does allow for you to do a comprehensive plan update each year. However, our municipal code says that we don't take in comprehensive plan amendments when we're updating the comprehensive plan. So these are important issues, and I believe they fit very well within the emergency comp plan criteria. But the main reason these two are coming forward as emergency comp plan amendments is because our code says we're not allowed to take any amendments in during the periodic update cycle. And it doesn't clarify if it's an applicant submittal or a city-led submittal. So to be safe, we are declaring these issues as emergency comp plan amendments. The capital facilities plan for the school district is an update that happens every 2 years, and the school district has already initiated the SEPA process for this, and the purpose tonight is to declare an emergency amendment via resolution by the city council so that we can proceed forward with that. And if we do move forward with adopting the capital facilities plan this year, it will align nicely with the school impact fees that were revised earlier this year. So this plan will back up those fees in addition to the process we underwent earlier in the year. So happy to answer any questions that you may have related to this. Staff is recommending approval so that we can move forward with the next steps, which would include an introduction to the Planning Commission this week on Thursday to this item. And then a public hearing ideally will be held with the Planning Commission in December. And then a workshop and a decision meeting will be held with the City Council related to this. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Do we have any members of the dais that would like to comment? We're going to start off with Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to understand, you kind of mentioned why this is an emergency, but I guess timeline-wise, did we not know that it had to go to the Department of Commerce at one point?
The Department of Commerce notice is required for any comprehensive plan amendment, so it's not really related to the commerce noticing process. We have initiated that already. It's a standard 60-day process that is required for all comprehensive plan amendments. The reason this is considered an emergency is because the Pasco Municipal Code does not allow comprehensive plan amendments during the periodic update cycle, which is something I'd like to change in the code so that we can allow that. And this was mainly a timing issue with the school impact fees being updated earlier this year. It is best practice to make sure the capital facilities plan for the school district follows school impact fees. And this was brought up to council in June when we brought this forward, and council wanted to move forward as quickly as possible with the school impact fees to offset the traffic impact fees. So we did do that earlier this year, and this is just the final step to check the box and make sure that we're meeting all the regulations related to that.
Okay, so this step should have been done prior.
Well, it can't be done, this had to wait till the end of the year to coincide with the other comprehensive plan amendment that was also direction provided by council. You can't take a comprehensive plan amendment through just on its own. It has to be considered as one package to the comprehensive plan since it's a long-range document. So both of these items had to come together, and we weren't quite ready to take the zoning revision forward earlier in the year based on staffing timelines. So they both need to be bundled together. That's why you're getting both of these right now at the end of the year. And that's pretty standard for comprehensive plan amendments. They typically occur at the end of the year because you get one shot at it. And if there was another emergency that popped up for the city, it would have been unfortunate because we would have taken these both in June and then not had room for another one.
So we're not looking to finally adopt this until January sometime?
Yeah, you can carry over into the next year. I wouldn't recommend going any further than that. Ideally, you want to adopt by the end of the year, but based on the timeline for these and when we were able to get them done, it will carry into January.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any of the motions. Not seeing any of the motions.
That was Councilmember.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
I thought somebody in the audience was trying to talk. Okay, Councilwoman Bras.
Quick question, Haley, are there any penalty fees, if we're not in compliance?
Not necessarily, that I could think of off the top of my head. I know that there's law related to impact fees matching the school capital facilities plan, but I'm not aware of any fees. I just believe the sooner we get it done, the better.
Right, but we would still there has to be some type of penalty for not being in compliance with the law.
Yes, if you're not in compliance with the Growth Management Act, then there could be penalties, as in we don't get grant funding for certain things. And I believe this is a requirement of the Growth Management Act that we are in compliance with our capital facilities plans. And the school district is on a 2-year cycle. So if we weren't doing the periodic update, I wouldn't be coming forward to you with an emergency amendment. It would just be a business as usual comprehensive plan amendment. And what's unique about this situation is we're falling within a periodic update cycle, so it's an emergency. And then the other part that's unique is we did revise the school impact fees earlier this year when ideally those happen at the same time, but we were able to work with the school district and the language in the ILA that gave us the ability to do that early. This is just the final step in that process.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate the explanation.
All right, well, thank you for that. Any other questions? Not seeing any other lights, so Mr. Grimm, can I get a motion?
Yes, sir. I move to approve resolution number 4679, authoring the initiating an emergency amendment to the comprehensive plan to the city's 2023 comprehensive plan, amending the future land use map descriptions in Pasco Municipal Code section 25.215.015, comprehensive plan land use density table related to the 2022 comprehensive plan.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to jump to 9B, which is resolution number 4680, initiating an emergency comprehensive plan amendment for low-density residential land use RS20 zone. And again, Haley Matson.
Thank you. And I had a point of clarification on the last item. It looks like the motion provided was a cut and paste from the next item. I apologize for that. So I would request that the motion be revised to approve resolution 4679, authorizing the emergency amendment to the comprehensive plan to adopt the new Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan. So I took the first few words of the motion, and then after comprehensive plan, you can just add in Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan update. If anyone wants to take a stab at it.
All right, let's have
I
Pro Tem
apologize for
Grimm
that.
take a stab at that one. He's good at these sort of things.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Matson, would you say that one more time if you'd be so kind, please?
So it would be, I move to approve resolution number 4679, authorizing the update to the Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan.
Okay, I move to approve resolution number 4679, authorizing the update to the Pasco School District Capital Facilities Plan.
Yes, thank you.
All right, good job. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Again, pass unanimously. Thank you for that. So on B, did you want to start off with that again?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your flexibility with the last motion there. We'll check that closer next time. And the second emergency comprehensive plan amendment tonight for your consideration is for the RS20 zone, specifically the low density comprehensive plan land use designation. And just some background to where we got to today. In April of 2023, the council adopted ordinance 4663, and that authorized citywide a change from the density range of low density residential in Pasco from 2 to 5 units per acre to 3 to 6 units per acre. And that was established citywide. And that range, the land use range, which is the overarching density range for the city, works for all of the zones in Pasco except for the RS20 zone, where there is an inherent conflict in that zone. And the RS20 zone is in the Riverview area. And RS20 means you can do single family homes in that zone. And the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet. So that equates to a half acre lots, which is a density range of 2 units per acre. So we found that there was an inconsistency when that comprehensive plan designation was made, rendering the RS20 zone not compliant with the zoning code and the comprehensive code. So development in that area has not been able to proceed because of this conflict. And we did approach the city council for advice on this a few times, and were directed to modify the zone to 2 to 5 units per acre. And so this emergency comprehensive plan amendment is really focusing on the land use designation, not the zoning. We don't need an emergency plan amendment for the zoning, but I will give you a sneak peek on what we are planning to do for this and when you will see the rest of it. So the proposal to fix the discrepancy between the RS20 zone and the land use designation is to redesignate the area currently zoned as RS20 to provide a land use designation of 2 to 5 units per acre. And the 2 units per acre will allow customers to use septic systems if they are outside of the range of city sewer services and if they meet the Benton-Franklin Health County District standards, which allows for half acre lots to utilize septic. It's also providing a lower density range for people who would like to have larger lots in that area while still maintaining a higher range of 5 units per acre in that area. So as I understood it, I was directed to revise the zone to allow 2 to 5 units per acre, which would maintain what the zone itself currently allows with minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, but then allow for additional units up to 5 units per acre. And to facilitate this change, the land use needs to change, which if this is approved tonight, we would workshop it with Planning Commission this week, and then we'd hold a public hearing in December and then bring it back for a workshop to council in January, and then final decision hopefully by the end of January, so it's not delayed. That is the comprehensive plan designation change, and the zoning change associated with this would be to convert the RS20 zone to an R9 zoning, which would allow a minimum lot size down to 8,700 square feet in the RS20 zone. And so that minimum lot size would allow for a developer to do 5 units per acre if they desire to. Granted, it is a little tricky to get that density if you are far away from sewer services, so it may not be, it may not pencil out or be feasible in the near future for that density, but there are lots that are designated RS20 that are close to services where it could work for those applicants, but it allows a range of 2 to 5 in that area. So those are the changes that are coming forward to Planning Commission and then to City Council. The purpose tonight of this resolution is to establish that emergency exists so that we can move forward with this, and I believe this change constitutes an emergency amendment just because the zone is in conflict with the comprehensive plan designation, so there is no development allowed in the zone, which is not a good thing, and we'd like to fix this as soon as possible. So happy to answer any questions that you may have on this.
All right, well, looks like we've got a question from Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for bringing this back. I remember you bringing this to us earlier in the year, and I know council's desire to try to protect the Riverview area as much as possible with lower density, so I appreciate all that. Just one question, if you'd be so kind, Miss Haley. As far as the third line down, when I go to make this motion, is that supposed to be authorizing or authoring? I see Mr. Ferguson over there, and I always,
It's authorizing, so we were consistent with our mistakes on both resolutions.
Perfect. No, thank you. Just want to make sure we all got it right.
Thank you for checking.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Mattson.
Yeah, I would make a comment that, Ms. Mattson, that I appreciate this as well. Again, it's always hard when you have districts, and then again, mine was moved, but I did have the review area, and again, you want to keep that beautiful part of Pasco more like what it is, what we see. So again, I'm for this motion as well and hope that it moves forward exponentially. So with that, I'm not seeing any other questions. Does Councilman Barajas have anything to say?
No additional comments on my end.
All right. Well, with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Grimm?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 4680, authorizing the initiating an emergency amendment to the city's 2022 comprehensive plan, amending the future land use map descriptions and Pasco Municipal Code 25.215.015 comprehensive plan land use density table related to the 2022 comprehensive plan.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. And all those opposed say nay, but it passes unanimously. All right, so let's jump to C. Ordinance number 4803, adjustment to utility tax rate for city-owned utilities. And again, we're going to go with Deputy City Manager Regis Adele.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an item that we've discussed quite a bit in the last couple of months. The city has utility tax of 8.5% across various utilities like electric, water, irrigation, garbage, gas, sewer, stormwater, cable television, telephone, etc. I do want to highlight that telephone is not cell phones, and so as I mentioned last week, the fact that we're using so much cell phones and the home phones are disappearing or have disappeared means that the revenue source coming in from that is very minimal. The same story for cable television as well. And the utility tax, as I mentioned in our earlier conversation, is a tool that, especially for city-owned utilities, you can apply as much as you need for city services from council vote. The city currently is charging 8.5%, as I mentioned earlier. There are certain utilities that you cannot go over 6%, and some of those are electric, gas, steam, and telephone services, unless approved by voters. And City of Pasco voters at one point did approve an additional 2.5% in utility taxes to maintain and overlay streets. And at this point, the action in front of you is a 1.5% increase on city-owned utility taxes. This results in about, for water and sewer, about a 0.25% impact to their rates overall, and it brings in about $900,000 annually in general fund revenue for any general taxes purposes like public safety, parks, planning, long-term planning, things like that. And so with that, I'm open to any more questions that you might have.
All right. Any of the council have questions on this issue? Start off with Councilman Browns.
I don't have any questions. I'll just go ahead and say I'm going to go ahead and support this small increase. In the general scheme of things, we need to start tightening that or closing up that delta for our deficit. And this being kind of a minor tax increase, it will assist that with many of the other things that we have or that we're considering. So I'm going to go ahead and put my support behind this tonight.
All right. Thank you for the comment. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Council Member Perales. I, begrudgingly am going to support this just because my default position is always going to be, cuts and streamlining. But I know there's not a lot of room to give there. And our first public comment tonight, I think, made that point exactly, where there was, a call out for more police on the streets. And I would love that. I mean, I was the one trying to vie for a dedicated traffic unit off of the 911 call system, but at the same time said, hey, we don't want to pay any more taxes. And I think to a degree we can all relate to that. But Mr. Stewart, to put you on the spot, how many police positions do we have that are unfilled at this time?
I would say it's probably 11 to 12, with 7 of those being frozen through the budget cuts this year.
And how many fire positions do we have unfilled at this time, Mr. Stewart?
3.
Okay. And so I guess that's the position, and that's kind of, you guys, where I'm at least on this. I mean, we are, we have cut back. I know that for, we saw the numbers not too long ago, how much police especially has cut back in overtime over the last year. So we have seen streamlining, we have seen some of these cuts. And so at some point, our only other bucket is, is revenue. And so, yes, for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I would be in support of this.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do we have Councilwoman Bras? Did you want to say anything or?
Additional.
All right, looks like no additional comments. Yeah, again, normally I also don't like taxes. The points that Mayor Pro Tem Grimm brought up, I agree with them wholeheartedly. If we were at a budget where everything was equal and we weren't in a deficit as far as our budget, I would be no on that, but I will say a yes, just because I do want to see everything pan out and at least become zero if we can. So with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Grimm?
You bet. I move to adopt ordinance number 4803, amending chapter 5.45.040 utilities occupation license to adjust the utility tax rate for city provided water, sewer, irrigation, stormwater, and process water reclamation facility services, providing for severability and establishing an effective date of January 1st, 2026, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Since this is a tax, why don't we throw it out as a roll call as well? Be a little different.
Let me grab my sheet. All right. Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Barajas.
Yes.
Blaisdell.
Yes.
Botta.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's move on to item D, ordinance number 4804, adjustment to utility rate and connection fee, water and sewer. And again, we got Deputy City Manager Rita Siddell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will be doing this presentation in collaboration with Public Works Director Sarah. First, I would like to address a question that you had last week. I do apologize for the very small font that is on the screen, but I will do my best to kind of walk through it. One of the questions that Council had last week, and this is also included in your packet under the City Manager update as well. The question last week was, what is the development cost in Pasco? It is hard to do apples to apples comparison overall. One could argue with different types of projects, different complexities, that things will be very different. But this is kind of our best effort, and I want to make sure that you understand that there might be areas that could vary, hopefully not very significantly. So for Pasco, if we included our development review fees, permit fees, plan review, park impact fee, traffic impact fee, school impact fee, and the proposed maximum connection fees for both water and sewer, you get to a total of about $17,000. So this is with the proposed connection fee for a single-family dwelling. For that same home for Kennewick, you get to about $12,000. For Richland, you get to about $19,000, and for West Richland, you get to about $24,000. And so that is with the proposed increases. Currently, as a reminder, our water connection fee in average is about $1,000. And we're proposing maximum $6,148. And so overall, it is absolutely accurate that City of Pasco has been the cheapest to develop overall. And I hear the development community's concern that with some of our codes and processes that things might not have been the most efficient. And so implementation of things like transportation impact fees, so people are not having to do traffic studies and go through months of deliberation on proportionate share and the traffic impact and all of that is going to streamline a lot of that. I'm also excited to have Director Mattson on board, who very much has that efficiency in mind and is working towards that. But overall, even with the adoption of the maximum on both water and sewer, you're looking at the City of Pasco being fairly in line with the other cities. So I want to make sure that that question is answered before we move forward, and I'm open to any questions that you might have.
I had one question.
Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure, are we forgetting the irrigation connection fee? Should that be on there for?
Oh, you're right. Yes, I did forget that.
So I think on my notes is 1,468.
I do want to add that while the city charges the connection fee, there's other irrigation districts that do charge that connection fee as well. We just don't know what that looks like. So and those are the nuances of who's charging what.
Well,
but we can definitely add it.
Well, so we don't know what what irrigation district is in the North TIF district, I guess. I mean, just for sake.
If I may answer on that, the other cities do not offer an irrigation utility. And so you would be comparing in portions of Pasco, there is an irrigation utility that is provided by the city. In other areas, the FCID. In other locations, there is no irrigation, period. where potable is being used in lieu of an irrigation utility being available. And when you compare to Kennewick, for example, Kennewick Irrigation District has a fee that is assessed to those that connect, but that is not covered within City of Kennewick's revenue. So it wasn't an apples to apples comparison either.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the comment. Do we have any other council comments or questions? Councilwoman Ross, did you have anything to say on this as well?
Nope, no additional comments.
All right. So, do you want to, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, do you want to?
Mayor, I still have quite a bit to go.
Oh, darn, I was hoping we could actually get out of this. I can go faster. It seems like this meeting's going on and on forever, so, okay, let's keep on going.
I do apologize. I did recommend to some people that they bring snacks today, so.
Yes.
The next slide here is something that financially is really important to remember. We are a fast-growing city, and that has its impacts, which is that we're building almost all of our infrastructure in a very compressed frame. And that means that you're issuing a lot of debt, you're taking out a lot of loans to be able to build that, which has rate pressures, which we're going to talk about here. But you also have, and right now, in fact tomorrow, our team is going to be presenting to a rating agency, which is going to look at how good our credit score is. And so they're looking at various factors. This data is pulled directly from what they're looking at. So what they're thinking is, how much is left from, what your expenses are to actually pay us? And they look at certain debt coverage ratio. They always care about their ability to get the money if we're struggling. And so that's the second line there, which is you'll see 3.38, 4, 4.23, kind of declining a little bit. 3 is a good debt coverage ratio. That is only for bonds. But because our team has been so successful at getting the low interest loans, which are kind of the secondary loans, so if we were struggling, the bondholders are the ones that get paid first, and then the state that is giving us the DOH loans, the low interest loans, is the one that would get paid second. But the bondholders also look at that second loans as well, like how much money are you taking out overall. And you'll see that is declining quite significantly to a point where this year we're at 1.23%. And part of that is good news, as in you're not taking all of that out in bonds, which are much more expensive. First to issue, and then second, their interest rates are higher. So you're getting a lot of low interest loans, which means the pressure on rate is less. But it is very important to remember that we do have bondholders and people who we owe debt to that are looking at what our financial situation is. And so with that in mind, what you're going to see next is recommendations where the fees do not account for anticipation of low interest loans, because we don't want to get into a situation where we anticipate it doesn't happen, and then it reduces that ratio down further to a point where a rating agency comes back and reduces our credit score. And that will increase the cost of issuing debt in future, then increasing rates for people, so it can have pretty bad impacts down the line. And so our proposal is that when we get these low interest loans at a certain point every year, maybe we come back to council and kind of evaluate what's happening with water and sewer services and reduce the rate down as we're getting those interests or low interest loans, but not do it now anticipating it because our margins are thin. Similarly, connection fees are effective in full in 2026, and that is our recommendation, because I think that overall the utility is, if you go in and build Butterfield, the utilities would have a harder time surviving with those margins. We can definitely do a phased in if council chooses to do so. That's not an option that is in front of you, but we want to be transparent and clear on what the rationale is. With that, does council have any question on this particular topic?
All right, do any of the council have questions on what's being presented at the moment?
I do have more.
Go ahead.
So our water scenario, some of the biggest impact for our water fund or water service is your Butterfield treatment facility. And so you're really looking at a significant increase, as was mentioned earlier, of 20.75% with a full connection fee. So 20.75% in 2026, 2027, and 2028, and then you're looking at 2029. It's a significant amount. It's about $7 in the first year, $8.50 in the second year, $10.26 in the third year, and $5.67 per month, or yes, for the fourth year. So significant impact for our customers of water system, and that is mostly because we need to replace a pretty old facility that has been used up by the community, and you're looking at about $220 to $260 million to replace the facility. The cheapest way to do it, if you call $220 million cheap, is to just do it all at once so that you're not spending a lot of money trying to building other things to reduce the risk, because this is our main water treatment facility plant, so it cannot fail. And that is the recommendation of council. This is our rate comparison. You'll see some other scenarios that we had presented in the past, but we're going to be fairly in line in the middle of the pack there with the rest of the agencies that we've included. With sewer, you're looking at an increase of 8% per year for the next 4 years. And that basically takes the rate from $38 to $52 at the end of the fourth year, equating to about $3 per month in 2026, $3.31 in 2027, $3.57 in 28, and $3.86 in 2029. Again, we're in fact in sewer a little bit at the lower end, even with the proposed increases. Connection charges are one-time charges, as we've discussed, and happy to kind of go through some of these things. Essentially, it is for a new person to come in and connect to something that others have paid for in the past. And so you will see some of the breakdown of cost of current assets. We take out any of the contributions that have been made, any grants. We add interest, which cannot exceed more than 10 years and exceed the value of the original asset. And then any of the debt principal outstanding, because those people are going to keep paying the debt principal, so that would be not fair. And so overall, you're looking at about $142 million in both water and sewer. That is something that the new users should be paying into. And you are looking at about $6,148 for water and $4,583 for sewer. And the future capacity added and expected out of all of this is about 21,000 new units. I do want to repeat that this is the maximum allowable. If council said we want water to be 7,000, that is not legally allowed. But you can come down if you chose to. So there's really three options here. You can approve the connection charge at 100%. You can reduce the connection charge and increase the rates. Or you'd have to pick which projects we're not going to do. And so you reduce the cost essentially. And so those are unfortunately the choices that we have. It is a hard and almost an impossible choice for water services because Butterfield is our main water treatment plant, and it is the most expensive project that you can break it down over 10 years, but it still is very expensive to accomplish. And so it's a hard choice overall. With that, this is kind of a connection charge survey. When we talked about this, council wanted a more comprehensive view of all of the development fees. So that's kind of what that looks like. We're still higher than some of our neighbors, but in the middle of the pack in that graph. And definitely an increase from $800 to $61.48 is an impact for the development community. And then you're also looking at a pretty significant rate increases as well. What council has in front of you is two options. One essentially accounts for full 100% connection fees for both water and sewer. And then that scenario one, which includes just building the Butterfield plant, which would be the cheapest way to do it, but the most impactful as well. And then the second option is 50% in connection fees, and then we reduce increase the rates, the monthly rates by a little bit, which is about 0.75% a year. I did do my math a little bit wrong, so we updated the ordinance. In fact, the rate for the 50% connection fee went down. And so I do want you to be aware of that as well. And with that, I'm going to pass this on to Ms. Sarah.
So you are seeing in the screen the the summary of the ordinance are included in your packet. And in the next couple of slides, there would be just the sample of a typical residential household. And so you can see what the difference in rate looks like, along with what the connection charge, that one-time connection charge could look like. So this is in Ordinance A for water. So we highlighted in yellow what those increases look like. And it's much easier to see it in here or in your packet than it is in the ordinance itself, where all the language that is being changed in the code is revised with different colors. That's why we provided it as a table in your packet and here in the screen as well. So for a 3/4 inch meter, your base rate is today $26.07, and in 2026 it would be $31.48, and by the time that you get to 2029, it's looking at $50.26, and that one-time connection fee in this case is $6,148. Same ordinance in sewer. Currently, the base rate for a single family is $38.27. In 2026, with the proposed increases, would be $41.33, and by the time you get to 2029, it's $52.07, and the one-time connection fee, it's the maximum proposed, $4,354. Now, if you were to choose Ordinance B, you are seeing how the water, that connection fee, that one-time connection fee is goes down to half the original proposed amount, $3,074, and then that monthly base rate goes from the $26.07, which we had seen previously, to the $31.68. So the variation on those increases for 2026 are not super significant. It's slightly more than in Ordinance A. And the same is true for Ordinance for the sewer component of Ordinance B, where the sewer connection goes to half the one proposed in A, and, oops, did I highlight the wrong cell in here? So sorry, you go two cells down from the one that is highlighted, the single family unit per month. We had set it 38.27 as your base rate today in 2025, and your 2026 is 41.62. So very similar to what you had in Ordinance A, just slightly higher. And this is just to show how the change in connection charge impacts rates, which you can see there is an impact, but it's limited. So I will bring you back to the summary of the two ordinances, where I think that is the clearest comparison. And happy to answer any questions you may have. I think it's fair to mention that the way connection charges with this proposed connection charge could be streamlined. There would not be a calculation involved in it. It would be based on, for water, your meter size, on sewer, your equivalent residential unit, which is an amount of flow that you're using in your facility. So that would eliminate some of the calculation and sometimes uncertainty when somebody's looking to develop a type of development, doesn't have a parcel selected yet, and it's really hard to estimate how much is that connection fee going to be. Today, that calculation is based on your frontage of your parcel and the size of your parcel. And so that is something that is being proposed and is incorporated in the language in the two ordinances that you have in front of you. Happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, well, now it looks like we're getting to the end, so do we have any questions from the council? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I really just want to give direction to the city manager to let the staff know that I think I want to ask for continuance so we can get a lot of those questions answered from various stakeholders. I think the HPA and Tri-City Association of Realtors speak for a good swath of the development and building community. And so they have questions. And so I think a good community feedback session would be great to have with them, where they can ask questions, they can look at the data. I think the development community should have that data, the rate models and all that stuff, so that they can vet it themselves and ask questions. I think I did ask that at least once, and I think the answer I got was, well, we weren't directed to do that with them. So this is what we're doing. We're going to have hearings and I guess time in the city council to talk about it. But I know sometimes it happens at the 11th hour, but I think we need to have just a little bit more time on this item just to get all the questions answered. And I also want to get a clarification about for any development that's in the queue right now, because looking like this, I mean, let's say essentially if a development's not going to get greenlit until 2026, if we do pass this, are they going to get hit with those connection charges if they're already in the queue here?
The connection charges are usually charged at the time of the connection to the utility, so yes.
So that would be my ask for the rest of the council.
All right, go with Councilman Cotto.
Yeah, my comment is along the same lines. I mean, I feel prepared tonight, and I look at this, and it's like there are things I just don't quite understand yet. From a principled perspective, I like the new the connection fee being paid for in full by the person building the house, because they are adding to or gaining connecting to something that was already paid for by other previous members. I hear comments about what that does to the comp fees of other houses. I don't understand that as well, and so I do think that some more time to consider it would be helpful.
All right, we have Councilwoman Brajas. Did you have any comments on this?
I do have a question. I know this is mostly in regards to the connection fees and all of that, but at the end of the day, there's still extra costs that are going to be spread out to the customers, to residents. Are there any programs, any discount programs, any senior, I don't know, any type of program that city is offering to help mitigate the added costs for garbage, sewer, all of this?
We do not have anything for a particular increase, but we do have a program for our low-income seniors for discounted water sewer rates. So this would still apply at a higher rate as well.
Right. Okay. Well, no further questions then.
All right, well, I guess I had a question. So going along the lines of Councilman Perales talking about if we were to go down that road, I mean, like, I know we're kind of now at the last hour, we're at the end of the year. Again, we only have a couple meetings left. For this actually to be put in, if we said, hey, can we have like a month break? I mean, when would this, how much time would you really need if there was any other vetting, any other questions, so that everybody feels it didn't get rushed through, but that everybody was kind of like happy? I mean, I know where we're at, but again, I would like the whole council support. How much, as a staff estimation, I guess put it that way, would you see that we could do any other vetting and get this done? What's your opinion?
We're more than happy to do a community listening session. We've done that with irrigation as well, where we've done development, community overall. More than happy to do that. You know, you said what would it take to keep people happy. I think this is an item that nobody's going to be happy about. And so the idea is truly what are we willing to do for the system overall and its expansion. And so if we reduce anything, you're looking at probably degradation of service. I think the Butterfield plant is a concern, but then you have some other projects within sewer as well. So that is challenging. You're looking at 21,000 units added that we're looking to add all of these people in the future. We're doing the comp plan. We might not have the infrastructure to do it. And so that's kind of the risk. In terms of being able to do community outreach, staff can definitely do that, answer the questions. I think people's concern really is around the increase, which staff understands.
Okay, I mean, again, it would be even worse if we didn't have the Butterfield and it went down and we couldn't replace it. I mean, again, then you have no water, so that doesn't help anybody. But City Manager Stewart.
Yeah, if I could just take a minute, I know it's been a long night, but these are important decisions, and if I can just take a moment to kind of provide some perspective of someone coming in from outside and having worked in 4 or 5 different states and how this compares. Can you take it back to the slide that showed the comparison of the combined water sewer rates for the region? So first and foremost, well, I guess in response, I understand the sensitivity. I understand why developers are coming out and arguing against raise and increases. I've heard the arguments before, both from developers and from people on fixed incomes with regards to these challenges. I would state that, one, you're also not going to be able to develop without quality utilities. And if we are not funding it properly, we as the city of Pasco are not going to be able to provide quality utilities, which is also going to stymie growth going forward. As you're seeing here on the far right is Pasco in its existing format with water and sewer rates. We're at the bottom. I don't know that we can continue to afford to do that with the investments of infrastructure that you're going to need to be able to make to provide quality water and sewer. If anything, I think this has shown that Pasco has done its due diligence over the years to keep that rate as low as they possibly can for as long as we possibly can. And I think that time has now expired. And even with what we're proposing, only takes us to the middle of the pack. We're not jumping to the top. I would also understand that the housing issue is not just, the cost of housing is not just a Pasco issue. It is not just a Tri-Cities issue. It is not just a state of Washington issue. It is a nationwide issue. I had these conversations in Missouri, Iowa, North Dakota, and I'm hearing the same thing here. This is not unique to the city of Pasco. There is a cost to us providing these utilities. And I would actually add another option here that Ms. Sigdale didn't provide, as a fourth option, and that is the city can get out of the business of providing utilities. And when we looked at doing this in Missouri, the private company that came in to offer to buy our utilities and our treatment plants and all those other kinds of things said as soon as they took control of it, they would increase the rates threefold immediately. So this is a benefit that the taxpayers and the citizens of Pasco benefit from the city doing that. And when it goes to the private sector, you no longer have a city council to come talk to and express your concerns about the increase in rates. So I think staff has done its due diligence. All this is built off of analysis done by a third-party professional. And all of the reports are consistent with their techniques, their methodology, and everything else that I've seen in going through many of these rate studies over the last 20 years. I think staff has done their due diligence. And I applaud them for the work and the effort they've done. This is a tough decision. And I agree on the signal. We will do as the council directs if you want to slow this down and go have public input. But at the end of the day, nobody wants to see the rates go up. But there's a cost to us providing these services. And I don't know that we've even talked about what rates these other communities are already looking at increasing over the coming years as well. We're trying to take care of this on the best that we can for the citizens of Pasco. Again, I think this slide illustrates very clearly how well of a job staff and councils have done in previous years. But we're dealing with a time with inflationary pressures that are significant. And in addition, a significant investment into replacing a major piece of infrastructure being a water treatment plant. And it comes with a big price tag. And these are investments that we have to make. Otherwise, the alternative is going to be we're going to have to slow down growth because we can't afford it. We can't provide the service. We can't provide the water. You could probably get away from sewer potentially by allowing more septic tanks. But that's not a preferred, particularly by usually the EPA or your state equivalent department. They don't like septic tanks or septic systems. They want people to go on to, and new construction particularly, to go on to sanitary sewer services. So even that's not real sustainable to go that direction either. And I know that probably what I'm saying is probably not popular with some of the people that have expressed their concerns. I get it. But I also have to give you a true painting of the reality of what we're dealing with. And I think these are well within line and reasonable. And I think they're necessary. And I think doing anything less than what's been recommended is going to have undesired impacts as well going forward.
All right. Thank you for that point of view. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, just want to add to that. I just think about some of our needs. Obviously, Butterfield's got to be improved and all of, the sewer and some of these ongoing improvements. And I have no problem at all myself with, slowing down and, having more discussions, more feedback session, if that's what it takes. But I think at the end of the day, we still need to do this stuff anyways. And so I think some of those conversations just, where's some of the burden of some of the cost is going to go, because I think it's not an issue that this work needs done, these utilities need provided, and it's just kind of how that's going to get divvied out is, to me, really what it comes down to.
So are you wanting more hearing, or again, what's your main point?
My main point is we have to build this no matter what, and it just where are we going to share the costs, and that's the only thing I see where the conversation would go. With this, I would, if the rest of the council's for slowing down and doing that, the developing community out there is working in partnership with the city, trying to build the city. And so, that's why they're a stakeholder. They have an important, voice in the conversation. But at the same time, I agree with some of Mr. Stewart's comments that this needs built, and staff has put some work into it, and I would be for going forward at least with one of the motions at the same time. But it depends on the rest of staff or the rest of council.
Okay, well, let's flush this out. So let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm still for allowing some more time to have the development committee look at this, and I'm going to politely push back on what city manager Stewart was saying about, I don't think it's not necessarily about hard work from previous administrations and they kept the costs low. I guess my issue is sometimes, not sometimes, but what I've seen by being on council for 2 years is that we're always legislating from crisis to crisis. And all of a sudden we have 20%, another 20%. I mean, before I got on council, it was the water rights issue. Let's jack all this up before the next council comes on board. We need to be forward looking for this stuff. If we understand that Butterfield needed to get improved and redone, why were we already talking about this 10 years ago? Why aren't we being more forward looking with this stuff so we're not impacting? Because we don't know what's going to come later on. We don't know if we're going to have like another COVID, more inflationary pressures. We need to start being more proactive with the way we are funding stuff rather than jacking up prices. Because looking at those prices, like I heard Councilmember Blaisdell said, man, that's double. Yeah. Think about the people who are on fixed incomes, the lower spectrum of our, the poverty sector here in the city. They're going to get hit very hard with this type of stuff. So I want to know that the stuff is getting vetted, and especially when it comes to affordable housing. I'll just say it. I've been saying this for a while. There's no such thing as affordable housing. There's not. We're not making it more affordable. The state's not making it any more affordable. So I want to make sure that everyone's comfortable, whether it's the person who's looking to buy a home, the people who are going to build a home, what they're going to have to pay. It's about predictability, consistency. But when they come and say, we have questions about this, I want to make sure that their questions get answered. You know what? If they come back and say, everything looks good, and then give us kind of their thoughts on it, and then we can make a decision. But I don't see an issue with waiting just a little bit to get those questions answered, and then we can make a good decision. I don't feel like we need to pass this next week, 2 weeks from now. Let's take the time. Let's get it right.
All right, I appreciate those comments. Let's go with Councilman Nakata.
Yes, I support the project. It's just a matter of how we divvy up the connection charge fees. And I think my main question is that obviously the new home buyers feel like they're losing if they're paying for 100% of the connection fee. And then the existing homeowners feel like they're losing if they're helping support that by paying half of it. And I'm wondering if there's a situation where we both lose by charging the max allowed for the new homeowner, in the sense that it raises the cost of new housing, and maybe that raises the fees for or the comp rates for other houses as well. Is there a situation where we kind of both lose by having a greater connection fee for the new housing? That's really my question. I don't have an answer.
Okay. I assume you're asking it towards staff.
Sure, yes.
I guess I'll try to take a stab at that a little bit. First and foremost, and I'm sure the realtors in the room can speak to this too. There's a lot of factors that go into what the value of your home is. This is one piece, particularly if you're doing new construction, right, is a connection fee. Ultimately, what the council is going to have to balance on behalf of the community is how much of this do you have these costs spread amongst all taxpayers versus how much does new growth pay for growth? There is a benefit to growth. We wouldn't want to grow if there wasn't a benefit to it. The question, I think what you're really asking is how do you get that balance? And that's difficult to do. But there's a lot of things that contribute to affordable housing and the cost of a home. And having been one who's still trying to sell a house, I mean, yeah, it pushes the price up, but I've also learned that most people don't complain when they sell their home for $150,000 more than what they paid for it, because the assessed value, the market value has increased significantly. Those people never come and complain to us that we helped them make more money in selling their house, right? But there's a lot of factors that go into play with regards to the value of a home and its market value. And what we're talking about now, though, is with your connection fee, is how do you spread that balance of growth paying for growth versus the entire community paying for that growth. And so I don't know if I really answered your question, Councilmember Cotta, but those are some of the thoughts that triggered for me.
Thank you. Yeah, I think based on that, I could vote tonight. And I would be in favor of the connection fee going towards the new homeowners.
All right, Councilwoman Brajas, did you want to chime in on this before we get to a motion?
No additional comments.
Okay. Well, with that, we're, Councilman Morales is, could have a motion, or we could, vote on it right now. So what do you want to do? I'll let, since you're doing the motions, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, I guess,
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, if I could just draw a little distinction. So, and I want to make sure I give Mr. Prowse a chance to clarify in case, but there's a couple different ways that his suggestion could be handled. One would be a motion to table the matter. That would require a majority vote of the council, and then it would require also a majority of vote of council to bring it back at a particular time. Or the other alternative is a motion to postpone to a time certain. You would just need to say what date and time that would be, and then it would automatically come back. So one is kind of hanging out there and still would require a vote to come back from the table, but the other one would be setting it for a specific date and time.
okay, so, well, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I do. If we are gonna vote on either motion A or motion B, just so you know, my answer is gonna be no to both. If we're voting on tabling it and bringing it back, then I would vote yes.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So for clarification, if we tabled it, but we said we would like to vote on it, say, middle of January, do you think we'd give us enough time to set up any kind of meetings? I mean, I think we're still gonna come back with motion A, motion B. I mean, I don't see any way around it, but it would be better to hear everybody's voice, that's my opinion. Would that be something that could get done as far as with the new council, everything happening in January? Would we have a problem with that?
We can do, if council is looking for, very similar to what we did with irrigation, where we have one for development community, one for community at large. We can definitely set up those outreach meetings and get back to you if that's council's direction. Where I do hesitate is getting to a certainty where everyone is happy with it. We can definitely do the outreach. We can definitely explain the process as we've done in this council chamber. And so we're definitely going to be able to do the outreach. The outcome of that is something that I cannot give you a certainty on.
Understand. I mean, so with that, I guess, did Councilman Prowse, did you? Okay, well, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I think that it's really important that we at least hear out TCAR and HBA because they are partners. And if they feel like they haven't been heard and understand, then we need to give them that time to meet with staff and understand before we move forward.
Okay. So, Councilman Prowse, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to table this item until we have a community feedback session, and then we can figure out when we're going to bring it back. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Prowse, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Mr. Mayor, I just would want to comment. I say we pick a date now. We're going to bring it back just to set that firm would be just my only addition.
Okay, well, let's do this vote, and then we'll bring back on the date. Correct?
No,
If
so
it passes.
no, so there's two options. One is to lay on the table, which is the motion that's currently on the floor. And if that passes by a majority vote, then it takes a majority vote to bring the item from what they call take from the table at any time out in the future in an indefinite time. Or you could make a motion to postpone to a date certain. So the way it's currently on the floor, it's indefinite.
Okay.
It could fail, and then somebody could make a motion to postpone, or Mr. Prowse, if he no longer wanted that motion, he could withdraw his own motion, but totally up to him.
Do you want to adjust your motion, or do you want to have it go forward?
After the community feedback session, I'll go ahead and make an amendment to my motion, and that after the community feedback session, we'll bring it back on the January 5th city council meeting.
What do we need?
That'd be the first
time
one.
for maybe have 2 weeks after that, just because the new council coming on and being sworn in and everything?
Yeah, council, I would recommend a little bit later in that month because holidays are coming. Availability, we have to pick the right times to get as much engagement as possible. If you'd still like it on January 5th, we're more than happy to do it, but we might be scheduling some of these meetings in times that not everybody is available.
I would shoot. For the holiday, could we,
It doesn't matter to me. It can be the 19th,
the 19th holiday?
20th MLK Day.
20th. Okay, 20th.
So do you want to restate your motion?
I'll go ahead and say that
If we could, if that's what you're intending to do, Mr. Prowse, if you could withdraw your motion to table and then make a motion to postpone to January 20th.
I'll make a motion to withdraw my earlier motion. And I'll make a new motion
Okay.
to have a community feedback session, and then we can bring this item back on the January 20th regular city council meeting.
Second.
All right, so we have an amended motion by Councilman Perales, and we got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Okay, so it sounds like it passed unanimously, so we'll expect to make the final decision on January 20th. All right, it's now 9:40. Let's get like a 10-minute break, and we still got quite a lot to go. 10 minutes? Is it? I'm not, but I'm sure some people would like to use the restroom. All right, so with that, we'll come back at 9:50. All right, 10-minute recess. You eating this stuff?
I know, but 10 minutes.
You know, I think.
Was that good?
We're gonna come back.
So was that good how I was turning?
Oh, yeah.
You were good. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, that's. Oh. You're good, man. Oh, no.
All right, so we're going to move on to Resolution E. Number 4681, authorizing of a $14.727 million, that's a lot of money, DWSRF loan contract DWL 315720 by Public Works Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Oh, I don't see this here. It's okay. I am presenting tonight on the acceptance of a loan issued by Department of Health. This loan is to fund some of the first improvements at Butterfield Water Treatment Plant. It's in the amount of $14.7 million. Its interest rate is 1.75%, and 35% of that award is actually forgivable, which effectively functions as a grant. This amount of money will help us fund some of the permanganate improvements that are needed to combat the water quality changes in the Columbia River, which have to do with cyanotoxin, and then improve the feed for power to the facility and other improvements that are being designed at the intake. This is just the first installment of improvements at that facility. And at this point, all improvements planned are compatible with either a replacement on the same site that it exists today, as well as a greenfield option. And we require your approval to be able to execute this agreement with Department of Health. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions from the council? All right, so with that, can I get a motion, Mr. Grimm?
Yes, sir. I move to approve resolution number 4681, approving and authorizing the execution of a $14.727 million drinking water state revolving fund loan, contract number DWL 31572-0 with the Washington State Department of Health for the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant, raw water pump station, and electrical improvements project.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do we know if Councilwoman Barajas is still on, or do we lose her? You have a question, City Manager Stewart?
Yeah, a little late to the game, but given the previous action of the council to postpone the rate discussion, I'd recommend this be postponed as well, because paying this loan is based significantly off of those new rates.
Okay.
So if you don't approve new rates, we don't have the money to pay the loan.
Good point there. So I guess, we already voted on it. So do we,
Okay, where do we love? We had 5 yays, and you haven't asked for nays?
correct.
Okay, go ahead and ask for nays, and then somebody can make a motion to rescind the prior motion.
All right, any nays?
Hearing none.
Okay.
Okay, now if somebody wants to make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we rescind the prior motion regarding resolution number 4681, authorization of $14.727 million DW SRF loan, contract number DWL 31572-0.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to remove this, and we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. So now, all those in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 All those opposed, all right, and all those opposed say nay again. So now we pass unanimously. We'll postpone it.
And maybe consistent with your previous action, maybe you want to table this until the same January meeting that you postponed the other conversation to.
That makes sense. All right, so let's move on to item number 10, unfinished business. We have A, the capital improvement plan, the 2026-2031, part 2, and we got Deputy City Manager Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor and Evening Council. I'm going to be very quick with this, and again, myself and Director Sarah are going to be partnering on this presentation. This is for capital improvement plan for just the utilities. And a large part of the utilities, at least in this go-around, are around water and sewer. We have other projects in irrigation and stormwater and process water reuse facility. But majority of the utilities at this time are around the water and sewer. You'll also see pretty much a correlation of what was included in the rate study into the capital improvement plan. And one of the unique things about capital improvement plan is that it's essentially our need and a wish list. Wishes for local government are not nice to have. They're usually important to have, but can we afford it? So there's a lot of unsecured funding that you will see. There's a lot of funding that you'll see like current and future debt. So current debt means something that we've already issued. We have the money on hand, or we have a letter of obligation from a granting agency or loan agency, like a low interest loan. And then any future debt that we're either planning to issue the bond or something that that we know we will be we'll be getting that obligation from a granting agency, or loan agency. I apologize. Usually the granting agency also divvies out low interest loans, so and that's usually the state. Grants are essentially free and clear money, so federal, state, local agencies, and they're usually included when they're fully secured. And our internal funds, things like our capital improvement, which is money that we receive from real estate excise taxes. That's money that we collect anytime a property is sold. And usually when there's lull in that selling of properties, you'll see a reduction in revenue. And then when there's a lot of homes being sold, you'll see increase in that revenue. Any local partnership with agencies, and then a large part unsecured funding. As Director Garcia mentioned last week, unsecured funding should be more prominent farther out we go. Just because something is in the capital improvement plan does not mean that it is something that will get done. So I want to be really, really clear on that. It is something that we would wish to be done, but there's a lot of resource restrictions and priorities that need to be figured out before that project can be started and completed. The same graph that you saw from last year, and just different projects. Sorry, I'm getting old and I cannot see that far now. We've had some high capital improvement plan years. A large part of that is our reuse facilities. So as they're completed, you'll kind of see that come off. And you're looking at almost close to $500 million for a 6-year plan that is proposed in front of you. 134 projects, and 29% of the funds are secured. With water and sewer, since we're talking about utilities, if you had passed the rates, then it would be considered kind of secured because you had passed the rates for about 4 years. But because they're not passed, we still have questions on how we're going to be able to accomplish that. So that's kind of, the things that you're looking at when you're looking at projects and where the money comes from. The good news is over 91% of the next year's projects are fully funded. So that's good news. We usually like to have the close years fully funded. So we're not planning to do anything next year that we don't know where the money is going to come from. Yeah.
You check the audio real quick.
Okay.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. It's okay. Our transportation, so your roads, your overpasses, are projects that have about, in this plan, about 34%. They're usually the leading needs in capital improvement plan. They're our largest infrastructure. And then you have our water utility because of Butterfield. Sometimes as new projects come in, like process water reuse facility at one point was the largest percentage. So it really depends on what system at that point has the most need. So at this time, you're looking at 34% of that $500 million going to transportation projects, 27% to water projects, and so on and so forth. And with that, I'm going to pass this to Director Sarah.
On the utility realm, we are showing 4 projects that have been completed this year, which are the ones that have come to you for acceptance. There are other projects that are substantially completed, but we set the standard this year that we would only bring to you and show as completed the ones that have all the documentation finished, and you as a body have accepted the work of the contractor. So a couple of those to mention are the utilities installed along Road 108 and Sandifer, allowing for a transmission main to be installed there, and then another leg of that same transmission main crossing the freeway and going all the way to West Pasco. The West Pasco treatment plant expansion and well capacity upgrades. So this is just a different way to display some of the information Deputy City Manager Sigdal was showing. This is per year, per type of project. What is that total capital improvement plan for that type of project? Again, today we're going to focus on irrigation, PWRF, sewer, stormwater, and water. So for this, utility projects only, and again, utilities are funded through utility rates or bonds that are then paid through rates, and any expansion project can be funded through expansion or connection fees. There are 48 projects, a total of $230 million planned over the next 6 years. 46 of those funds are secure over the next 6 years, and of course in 2026 is almost all secure. And once again, we're seeing how those stack. You can see that water is predominant in the planned projects, and sewer taking a second seat, and then the other utilities, since most of PWRF has been already accomplished. And once again, this is reverse. So if you're looking at how much is secure, you want to look at the very bottom. 2026 is pretty much all secure, and moving upwards in years, there's less certainty of where those funds are coming from. And we thought we would highlight some of the projects that are forthcoming. We chose 3 from different utilities. So Butterfield Water Treatment Plant, we've talked about this project ad nauseum at this point. The irrigation expansion Iris Lane Pump Station, that is a project that will allow for increasing supply to our irrigation system. We've talked about this project before. We have secured the funding for it. Butterfield has only partially secured funds. And then finally for sewer, the River Shore Trunk Line upsize, which is a main trunk line that collects sewer from different areas on the western portion of the city across the whole city, pretty much, except for those that sit on the east side of the railroad. That project has funding secure for design through a Department of Ecology loan, and the rest of the funding will be pursued once the design is completed. So pictures of those projects, Butterfield, you've seen this facility. Hopefully you got an opportunity to tour it. And then we'll take a moment to highlight the work of our IT department that helped us create a tool that will show this plan and will be user-friendly, where you can just search for projects, know how much it costs, where it's located. You can sort through type of project. So this is what the Iris Lane project looks like. And so you're seeing where it's located and then lots of details on the project on the right-hand side. And then again, this is our sewer trunk line along the river. This is River Shore 1. This is one of three components that are bundled into the project that I showed in a couple of slides before. And again, details on one side. This is the second component of that same project, and then the third one. These are kind of bundled together to make the efforts more efficient. And then some of the success stories for our utilities. This year we received one loan. Actually, you just had an item on it, so that's the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund loan for Butterfield. And because just one award of funding didn't seem sufficient, I think it tells the story of what our success has been in the last 5 years. A lot of the projects that have been funded through these external funding awards are still underway or are just now starting to wrap up. And so you are looking at just under $200 million in low interest loans for forgivable components. And we're talking loans that have anywhere between 1% interest to 2.25% interest, considerably lower than market value for borrowing dollars, and certainly cheaper than accumulating the dollars and then delaying the project until you have collected all the funds to do it. So this is to the great benefit of our community, and you can see that actually it's pretty widespread through the three bigger utilities. And with that, happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody on the dais have any questions for Maria Sarah? I'm not seeing any. Councilwoman Brajas, do you have anything to say, or would you have any questions?
No additional comments.
All right. Well, it looks like we're good. So let's move on to item 10B, the consideration to discontinue fluoridation in drinking water. And we're going to go with our city manager, Harold Stewart.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll keep this pretty brief. I think everyone knows the subject matter at hand. I did include in the memo, as I referenced earlier in the meeting, there is some alternatives there with costs of elections. And in particular, with the previous council direction to put the vehicle taxes on the ballot as well. Those may be consideration of what you want in timing, as we'll have a couple of issues here to be decided. But if you want the most cost-effective way to put it on the ballot, it would be in November of next year. So the report, as was referenced under public comment today, was provided as part of the city manager's report previously. I'd be happy to stand for any questions, but staff is looking for direction from council on how you'd like to move forward with this issue.
All right, well, since I own a business, I'll go first on this one. I've had a lot of people come into my store wanting to talk about this issue. So I had no idea that it was this controversial. Thought it'd be pretty simplistic, black and white, but it's not. So again, I would like more to work on my store, sell tools, not to talk about fluoride. So anyway, I guess it's the drawback of being very findable, put it that way. So my motion would be, my idea is to let the constituents decide, have it in November of 2026, the least cost effective, but give everybody a chance to vote on it, give everybody a chance to have their say. Seems to be a very kind of hot topic. Seems that I get 50-50 coming into my store or sending me emails. I even got a whole bunch of emails today about it as well. So I say on this, since it's so back and forth, I say just put it on the ballot, let the city of Pasco decide. That's my 2 cents, but obviously we are a council and we'll go with what the majority wants. So if anybody else would like to chime in with their ideas or their thoughts, I'm willing to hear it. Let's go with Councilman Nakata.
Of all the information I've received from a lot of people on both sides of this, you know, the main body of information that seemed to be the most relevant was this court hearing to me, this court ruling in California. That was interesting just because a lot of the research still being done that we don't have access to was entered into a court of law, so, you know, to be relevant on the issue. And so it says the court finds the fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter, the level presently considered optimal in the United States, poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. The court finds there is an unreasonable risk of such injury, a risk sufficient to require the EPA to engage with a regulatory response. And there are other, a number of other agencies. That was a quote. This is from the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. In summary, given the elevated number of fluoride sources and the increased rates of fluoride intake in the American population, which have risen substantially since water fluoridation began in the 1940s, it is necessary to reduce and work toward eliminating avoidable sources of fluoride exposure, including water fluoridation, fluoride-containing dental materials, and other fluoridated products. I've just got a lot of stuff here. National Library of Medicine. Water intake is greater than previously believed when establishing previous fluoride thresholds in water. Individuals, especially children, tend to consume more water than was assumed when earlier standards were set. Warmer climates often increase water fluid consumption, with new data about intake volumes and previous ranges risked exposing people to fluoride more than ideal, especially at higher bounds. And that's, it's National Library of Medicine. And so it goes on. I understand there are issues on both sides of the aisle, but this was all the latest stuff entered into this court hearing. So it just seems prudent to remove the fluoride from the water. There's a lot of other arguments to be made. Maybe other people will make them. Maybe we'll have opposition and we'll just stick it to the voters. But I would propose that we vote on it.
All right, let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are pretty similar to Councilman Cotta's. I guess my one refrain that I would have about putting it to a vote of the public is I get really concerned when the majority can impose their will on the minority. I mean, we are a representative republic, and I think to a degree it's our job to make those tough decisions, and I don't think it's a great precedent when the majority has the will to just override the minority and impose what gets added to their drinking water, such a basic thing at that level. And so I think the best thing to do is just be neutral on it, not add anything to the water, and then we are supposed to be a free nation, and then as each person wants to supplement their own health needs, they then can do so at their liberty and their will and under the advice of their doctors. So I would be in favor of motion A, removing it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's go to this side. Let's start off with Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll be in favor of removing it as well. I think I've listened to the people in my district. When I went to their door to door, we just came out of election season. I heard from a lot more people it was to remove it than to keep it in. So I'd rather vote in the interest of my district. But I concur with my fellow council members. I think the information that we've been given, especially with this court hearing or court decision, and I think we should remain neutral with the way that we clean our water. If people want to add fluoride, they can. I know we've had arguments in today. People can't afford toothpaste, and I looked up the cost of toothpaste with fluoride, $3, $5. I know some people maybe can't afford that, but to sit there and just say that this certain, populace of our community can't afford these certain things, I don't know if we should just really throw that out there. I think people should make their own healthcare decisions. I've said that from the very beginning. But if we can't remove it tonight, then I would be for putting it on the ballot in 2026 with what you had to say. Thank you.
All right, let's jump to Councilwoman Barajas. I'd like to chime in on this.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We're talking about giving people the opportunity to vote, speak their mind, and make their choice. And I think it's been proven. We've given opportunity for people to attend community forums and give their point of view, perspectives. We definitely heard from both sides. And I would just like to highlight that we can look into what California is saying. We can look into what Michigan, any other state, but what really happens in Pasco, in the state of Washington. That's what I'm concerned about. There's studies out there that reflect positive results from the use of water fluoridation. And I keep hearing we should remain neutral. If we really want to be neutral, then let it be, put it on the ballot. But I'm for keeping fluoridated water.
All right, well, thank you for that. So, Councilwoman Blaisdell, would you like to have your?
I mean, if we vote on this tonight, I'm voting to keep it as is. So we either put it on the ballot or see where the chips fall.
All right, that's the problem about having 6 council people. It could easily looks like a 3-3 on this one. So,
I mean, the other thing is if even if we put it on the ballot, how many people actually vote in this city? So that's the other concern, I guess, because people don't actually vote.
well, now we got a lot of lights coming on, so let's start with Councilman Morales.
Like I said, I'll stand by what I said earlier. If, we're at an impasse, I'd be in favor of putting it on the ballot. Let the people decide if that is the case. Because I feel like we need to, I brought this issue up. Other council members, we talked about it during our last elections. We talked to lots of people. They asked us about it. And so that's the reason why I brought it up. If people want to bring anything up, they can talk to their council members, but we can bring it up. Let's talk about it. That's the reason why I did what I did. But I think we need to vote on this, put it on the ballot, and so we can put these issues behind us, because we also got other stuff we have to work on. So again, if I need to put my hat in the ring of put it on the ballot, then I'll go ahead and change my preference.
All right. Do you want to?
No, I was just going to say that the ballot would be my second choice, but I still have grave concerns about the majority imposing what's really a medical procedure on the minority. I think that's a dangerous precedent that here in America, where people should have their free choice for their own health care.
All right, I get what you're saying. So, why don't we have Mr. Perales, since he was kind of the deciding one? It's only we have 4-2 at the moment. So why don't I make Mr. Perales make the motion, and he could change it if he wants. So let's see where he goes.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll move to direct staff to prepare ballot language and coordinate with the Franklin County Auditor regarding a measure asking whether the city should continue adding fluoride to its public water supply and return with the necessary resolutions for council action.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Perales. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Let's do I guess we got a question by.
Just clarification, do you want to put the date of the election into the motion?
I'm just reading off what the prompter had now.
I understand. We provided options. We weren't sure what you want to do, so.
I'll go ahead and add a friendly amendment. We'll go ahead and put it on the ballot in November of 2026.
All right, so do we need a second on that, or are we good, or? You're good. All right, so let's do a roll call on this.
All right, Councilmember Barajas.
This is to put it on the ballot rather than option B, keeping it?
That is correct. He did option C.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, just so you know, this was to put it on the ballot, let the constituents decide. That's what you just had talked about, but you still want no, is that correct?
Correct. My option would be option B, to keep it.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
No.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
That's defeated because it's 3-3.
All right, so let's move on to, I guess, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to discontinue fluoridation in Pasco's drinking water in accordance with RCW 70A.125.210 and direct staff to return with an implementation plan and any required budget adjustments.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilman Cotta. So let's do another roll call.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell, Barajas.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
I guess just to break the, I guess yes. I'll break the tie, yes.
That passes 4-2.
All right, so let's move on to, looks like 10C, right-of-way principles and best practices. We got Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item refers to our right-of-ways. Several meetings ago, earlier this year, council requested staff look into the width of the right-of-way and evaluate a proposal to have our standards change and have a narrower right-of-way available for roadway construction and be surrounded with 2 easements on either side, mimicking what City of Kennewick has as part of their standard. So we did evaluate what is the purpose of right-of-way and what things in the code refer to the right-of-way and the use and what considerations should be done, what our standards look like, and compare it with the neighboring cities. So that is the analysis we're bringing back to you today. I'm doing most of the presentation, but we do have external legal counsel available online. If we feel like there's some additional comments that are needed, I will call upon him to provide that support, and that is Foster Garvey, Bob Sturbank. Can you hear me, Bob?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. All right, so I'll begin the presentation and try to move quickly because it's late, but at least I want to give you the information we have collected and receive guidance from you on what steps we should take forward. So starting with PMC analysis, our subdivision chapter talks about the right-of-way width needed for building roadways and having our transportation system be complete. This chapter refers also to the Complete Streets Ordinance, which we have copied in this next slide, where we should consider for our roadways all users of it, and that includes vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. And of course, there is more text in the screen, but I'm just trying to move you along with this. So the purpose of the right-of-way really is to be the backbone of infrastructure for our cities. And it provides a physical and a legal space to allow for movement and to have utilities, for example. That right-of-way, and I'll read verbatim what is copied in the orange box at the bottom of your screen. A right-of-way dedication on a plat or subdivision may convey either fee simple title or an easement for public travel and utilities, depending on the dedication language of the plat and existence and extent of any restrictions on purpose of use. And I will pause here in case Bob wants to make a comment.
I think we're good.
I think we're good. We're going to keep it moving. All right. We also look at the different associations that guide the work of municipalities, and so we found 3 different citations related to right-of-way and the importance and the best practice of owning those in fee or having full control over the right of way, and just an amount of flexibility, access, ability, and so on. And so those are provided to you that were in your packet as well. And so we move forward with a comparison between full ownership of the right-of-way, so right-of-way called right-of-way versus a right-of-way being used as an easement, where the description of the easement is very important in order to have similar rights to having full ownership. Typically with full ownership, you own that land or you have the ability to utilize that land with full rights, where the easement typically has an underlaying component that is owned by a property owner. And I think that was brought up actually by the council member prior, and that was one of the incentives to just maintain that private ownership in the land. Along with that control, it's like having full control of that right of way and being able to access it and perform maintenance and be as expeditious as possible, versus where you're having an easement, you may find yourself with some restrictions or notification purposes and so on. And then adaptability, meaning mostly it's like that flexibility component where you need to modify the geometry of your roadway. If your right-of-way is really the same width as your pavement, you may not have the ability to do so without acquisition. Or modifying your agreement for easement, should your easement does not accommodate those needs. Again, it all depends on how well-defined that easement is, and likely a well-defined easement will serve us just as good as our right-of-way as we have it today. All right, so then moving on to comparing our roadway standards and comparing them with neighboring cities. These are our standards, and I'm showing you all our standards for different roadway classifications. In the single sheet there is our local roadway, so that's your residential roadway. And then in the other page, you're seeing arterials and collectors, and those are different in width since we are accommodating different amount of lanes. And so we're going to focus today in the comparison looking at local street, where I think that we can have the most impact in the discussion and truly get to some steps forward. So when we look at our current configuration of the roadway, our right-of-way requirement for local streets is 60 feet, and then there are 10 feet on either side that are easements for utilities that are not city-owned. So the total encumbrance along that roadway is 80 feet wide, and that is our standard, City of Pasco's. When we look at still our standard, we are also looking with that same overlay. Now we're seeing where those utilities are located, and what you're seeing is the city for portions of it, and we understand there is a portion of City of Pasco that does not have irrigation served by City of Pasco, but in the areas where we do serve irrigation, we are carrying water, sewer, stormwater, and irrigation within our right-of-way. Our stormwater relies on infiltration trenches for the vast majority of our system, which takes some space, and confining those utilities into a narrower right-of-way would be difficult. So likely if we were to move on to a narrower right-of-way with easements allowed for utilities, we would want to accommodate in that language stormwater infrastructure be allowable, both for construction, reconstruction, maintenance, and so on. All right. Other cities. Now we get to compare what our standard looks like against other cities. So City of Kennewick, which was brought up as the example to look at, has a right-of-way width, and I cannot see it from here, so it's 40 feet of right-of-way. I do have a table further back, so here it's 40 feet of right-of-way, and then there are 20 feet. I can do this. Here, I can read it from my screen. I'm so sorry. My eyes are tired tonight. All right. All right, so we have a total encumbrance of 76 feet, which is made up of 40 feet of right-of-way and then easements on either side that are 18 feet wide. So you're seeing overall difference in encumbrance for that roadway is 4 feet different between City of Pasco and Kennewick, but the right-of-way itself, the full control component for Kennewick is only 40 feet, which kind of aligns with that width of the road. City of Richland and West Richland have similar components where they're actually more similar to Pasco. They have a right-of-way that is wider, like in the 54-ish right-of-way width, and then easements on either side. And so I'm showing those here. And if we compare those in a table, what you're seeing is overall we're looking at 80 feet total encumbrance for Pasco, 76 for Kennewick, 74 for Richland and West Richland. Again, the division between easement, either for sidewalk or sidewalk and utility versus right-of-way is displayed in your screen, and there is a combination depending on which utility, which city you are comparing. All right, going as fast as I can without missing information. Okay, so what it looks like today, and this is just looking at the Franklin County map, what you're seeing is the right-of-way shown in orange, and that is the right-of-way that City of Pasco today has full control of. And then there are 10 feet that are dedicated as development occurs for other utilities, typically non-city-owned utilities, such as power and fiber and sometimes gas. All right. With the proposed to revisit the width of the right-of-way would be, as was suggested in earlier meeting, a 40-foot right-of-way, shown in orange again, and then easements to accommodate sidewalks and likely stormwater infrastructure, hydrants, streetlights, and so on, plus the 10 feet that accommodates the dry utilities. So overall, we're looking again at that 80-foot right-of-way need, but just distributed on what we're calling it, which really allows for, and this is just a layout of what it would look like, right? It's like you have your 40 feet and then 20 feet on either side, which gets you to that overall 80 feet burdening. But the benefit here is that it really allows for that lot size to be considered, even though there are public utilities within that easement. So that is to the benefit of increasing likely density in developments, making the most of that parcel. It also allows for receiving revenue from the property underlying that easement, and we have made some calculations in the next slide, so I will go to that. That revenue would be property tax revenue on those 10 feet that today, on either side of the road, right, that today we're not receiving any tax revenue from because it's right away. So on the cons of this approach, there's some limitations on what can be done with infrastructure if we were to have to widen the road, install infrastructure that was not specifically described in the easement language. Typically, no control over the roadway prevents us from using grants, so that would trigger a right-of-way acquisition process to be able to utilize federal funds. Likely federal funds are not very used on local streets, so that may be a lesser concern, but worth bringing up, especially if you consider applying the same standard across all roadway classifications. And then if we wanted to describe that easement as a sidewalk-only easement, then we would have to reconfigure our utility layout and would then trigger some difficulty in the maintenance and reconstruction of utilities and even emergency response to breaks, because it's just crowded with 5 utilities within that 40-foot right-of-way. One of the things that came to mind is some roads are not really centered in the right-of-way, and there would be some complexity in accommodating those misaligned roads or roads that truly need to accommodate some curvature or a turn lane or so on. So that is something that not having the right-of-way really prevents that use unless we have defined that easement for all kinds of use, which at some point I think may put us in trouble if we're really using it for vehicular travel, yet it's not owned by the city. All right. Let's go on to our calculation of revenues. So there is a potential for revenue by diminishing the width or reducing the width of our right-of-way. We've used the current ad valorem amount, which was $1.14 per 1,000 feet assessed value. And so in our calculations, that renders about $11 per parcel, which in typical construction year, we would say 350 units to 400 units, and this is residential, right? We're looking at local streets. So we would have annual revenue of $4,000 in additional tax revenue, and that is true in the first year, and as development occurs every year, we could have that income. It would be on prior acquired space. It would diminish, as we saw the presentation earlier today on property tax revenue. The more assessed value, the lesser it gets taxed, right? So that is an amount to consider. It's about $4,000 of revenue. All right, and so unless Bob has any comments to add, what today we presented to you our analysis, and as we said, it's working for Kennewick. I think the magic is in how we define that easement. We could maintain our current standards, which is similar to Richland and West Richland. We could modify our right-of-way standards to have something more similar to Kennewick. And if we do so, if we modify the standard, we could look at applying that onward for new development, or I think it was also discussed potentially a retrofit to trying to go through existing parcels and modify the width. So basically vacate portions of that right away and retain easements. I would caution that at that point some of the benefits go away because those parcels that are already developed will not have the ability to better utilize their parcel. And there's also a high cost to do survey through expansive amount of parcels. So potentially the revenue generated will not be able to cover the cost of that effort. But it would keep all cities consistent. So there is also a plus and a con within it. But did I miss anything? Would you like to add anything to the presentation?
You didn't miss anything. The only thing I would add is that if, depending on what the council's focus is, if they're concerned more with facilitating increased density, there are also other ways to do it aside from changing this easement / pavement. You could, for example, change where you measure a setback from. You could narrow a setback, even if it's from the edge of the right-of-way. You could measure it from the edge of the sidewalk. So there are other tools that you have available if the increased density is the focus. The trick on the property value is, of course, how the auditor or the assessor handles it, and you don't have any control over that. That's the state, or I'm sorry, the county assessor.
Thank you, Bob. All right. With that, we're happy to take any questions you may have on this topic. Thank you.
All right, well, I saw Councilman Perales had his light on, so let's start off with him.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the pros really outweigh the cons. I think some of the benefits I see, we're going to see more housing. We'll see an increase in construction sales tax by, getting rid of this right of way and decreasing it, making it more narrow. From the new homes, you'll get utility revenue. We just passed 1.5% increase. Sure, the citywide assessed value will go up, and we're not going to get that much property taxes based on what you had put on there. But I think overall, with building up 18 to 20,000 new homes in the next 20 years or so, that's going to be upwards of $200,000 a year or more in property taxes if you look at it that way. I think this is a win-win. Like Mr. Sturmering said, there's other things we can do. We should look at everything we can to make development a lot more easier. I think this is a great step in that direction. But I think the pros, again, more housing. We need more houses. construction sales tax, utility revenue, assessed value goes up. And then honestly, at the end of the day, probably better bonding ability with the, based on our assessed value. So that's, my direction would be to, I'll go ahead and take back the retrofitting. I know I threw that in there initially when I brought this forward. I would be okay with not doing that. Let's see what else was on here. Yeah,
So basically number 2, similar to Kennewick.
yeah, maintain, yeah, just similar to Kennewick. Yeah, modify the right-of-way width standards similar to Kennewick. Apply new standards to new permits for development projects. That would be my suggestion and motion.
Okay, let's move it to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, and I appreciate Councilmember Peralez's comments. I think he made the best argument for, you know, what this does for revenue. But I do have a couple of questions. Usually I'm a lot more black and white with this, but I can't help but to wonder what is this going to do to our quality of life as a city? You know, are people going to feel more, you know, cooped up, or, you know, is this going to spread out? My questions also revolve around safety. You know, have we found, you know, I know Director Sarah, you've taught me so much in the last 2 years, you know, as far as narrowing lanes and, you know, what that does, you know, it kind of, you know, subconsciously, you know, makes people slow up when they're driving and that kind of stuff. So I guess that's kind of where my thoughts are. I agree with Councilmember Peralez as far as, you know, obviously the money seems to be in the narrower streets, but I think about what's it going to feel like for people, you know, in town. Is, you know, which is going to be more safer. And then, of course, you know, cars still rule around here. So I think about the transportation infrastructure and just moving people around. And will we see a significant distance with the right of way? And then I actually put increased density with the Ghostbusters symbol through it, because I don't hear really anybody in the city telling us, you know, they want to pack more. Anytime we have developments and everything, everybody tells us no. And I think, I can't speak for the council, but that seems to be the consensus at times, that, you know, we don't want to pack people in. So, as usual, Mr. Mayor, I said a lot without saying anything, but that's kind of my theme for the night.
You're an amazing politician.
If I may answer, so I think, unless I misunderstood the direction, you are interested in modifying the standard to have 40-foot right-of-way and then easements on the remainder on either side. Now, this does not modify your actual lane layout, right? This maintains, and you're seeing it in the screen, this is the exact same corner. We're showing what it would be called and where you are receiving revenues from tax in that yellow strips that are shown there, versus what you have today, which is it's all 60-foot right away, including where your sidewalks are and your street lights and your hydrants. And then you're not receiving any tax from that orange segment. You are receiving tax on the 10-foot that are shown in gray. So in this case, you would have gray and yellow receiving tax revenue, and orange is the portion that you wouldn't. But at this point, we are, at least the presentation did not specifically describe a change in your lanes, for example.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. You know, and I guess in my business, this, you know, I see, obviously, you do this all around the city. There's a ton of money to be, you know, made. It kind of reminds me of my business of shrinkflation, where they, you know, just squeeze a quarter ounce out of every single package they make, you know, and that's how they make so much money. And so, as much as I agree, it sounds like there's a ton of revenue and stuff to be made here. I would just, you know, I guess I would just want to hear more arguments as far as, you know, I know we've talked about mow strips and, you know, what it would do. Obviously, we're trying to cut down on areas landscapers would need to maintain and that kind of stuff. But, you know, is this going to create, you know, more nooks and crannies or less for people to hide, for people to vandalize? And man, I just think there's so much more to consider here than just revenue as far as what's this, because we're looking at doing this all over the city. What's this going to make the city look like? What's going to be our quality of life? And those are, again, not saying much, but those are the thoughts going around my head on this issue.
So on those easements that were shown in yellow, you would have sidewalks and streetlights and hydrants and underground, you would have stormwater infrastructure, which is exactly what you have today. And what I'm showing here is this is Kennewick standard. Again, is 2 feet narrower on either side. So that's the bulk of the difference, and whether they're receiving tax from a portion of it or not. And as you can see, what they have in the easement is exactly the same that we would be having in our easement, which is streetlights, hydrants, and sidewalks. So it's really what you're calling it. Now, our calculation of revenue, if I go back here, is about $11 per parcel on the first year that you have that land assessed, which if we continue if we continue to develop at the rate that we have seen, is about $4,000 in revenue every year as those brand new sites are being developed. Now, the ones that you developed last year, right? Say that you implemented this year, 2 years later, you're looking back, those that were already implemented are not valued at their full amount. Because as we have more assessed value, as you've seen, you have the cap of the 1%. So really it continues to decrease. So it's not like a straight multiplication. There is some value lost, just like we saw earlier with Ad Valorem. And maybe I see that city manager wants to speak, so I'm going to be quiet. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, maybe just one other thing that I haven't heard discussed yet, that in response to Councilmember Grimm's question that I've heard in these discussions previously is, if you ever have need to expand the width of the street, if you don't have the right of way, it's extremely expensive to go buy right of way afterwards. And so in essence, to go to this, you lose that additional 20 feet to be able to add in a third lane if you need to when you get to that point. And so that's one of the other aspects here that I haven't heard discussed, is that future capacity should it be needed in the future, because once it's been built on or developed, it's extremely hard to come back and get, at least not with a very small price tag.
All right. Thanks for that. Let's go on to Councilman Cotta.
That's exactly the issue I was going to bring up. So I think some of the other examples were like if you decide to put in a roundabout or something like that, that becomes a lot more difficult to make that transition. Is there any kind of permanency in the planning that could, I imagine we're making all these modifications because at one point we used all the resources best we had to make the best plan we could make, and yet we're still changing it. So it seems reasonable to expect that we'd be making modifications. I mean, is that reasonable? So I am concerned about the amount of flexibility we're going to have later on if we do this.
I got a comment, Mayor.
Okay, let's go to Councilman Prowse.
I just want to make sure we're only talking about local streets. I don't think we're going to look into widening out Hilltop Drive anytime soon. I don't think so. I'm talking about local subdivision streets. I think this wouldn't be a good idea, like on an arterial street. I don't think so. I'm just mainly talking about our subdivisions that are going in. Again, we're taking away a lot of developable land, and also land that can also be property tax. So I just want to make sure that gets clarified. I understand where city manager's coming from, but unless staff wants to jump in, but we're talking about local streets. So unless we're looking to add a third lane on a lot of our local streets, I don't know.
So if I may, and Mr. Prowse, you're not wrong, Councilmember Prowse, but one situation I ran into when I was in a previous state was where some of this more dense construction was allowed. A lot of them didn't have driveways, so they parked on the street. Well, then there was a request to the city to add on-street parking to alleviate that. And so we had to rely on that additional right-of-way to be able to put in the on-street parking to make up for the lack of driveway space. And so that would be one example that even in a residential setting, if you remove that right-of-way, you don't have the ability to expand your on-street parking in the future if that's what you deem necessary.
All right, let's jump back to Councilman Cotta.
Well, wouldn't that be accounted for when you're building a new street? I mean, are these things that can be accounted for, knowing that, well, we got to do this right the first time, and so we know what the justifications are for having to make these modifications later on. So let's not make the driveways shorter, whatever the issue is.
Well, ultimately, that's what you're discussing. You're discussing your development requirements here and what you want to allow or not allowed. And the more you restrict this down, the less flexibility you have in the future is my main point. So, and again, once it's built, you live with that for a long time because it's extremely expensive to try to come back and correct later.
Well, how significant is this revenue in the sense that, we're obviously competing with the other cities around us to create a better quality of life and cost of living here. This seems like a step in that direction, but is this just a small drop in the bucket, or do you have a way of assessing how much this really helps even out that divide?
I would argue it's a small drop in the bucket, and as long as you have land to continue to construct on, which Pasco has in spades right now heading north, this will become more of an issue potentially later when you can't expand out anymore and now you have to grow up. So instead of going horizontal, you got to go vertical. It will become more of an issue then, but I would say Pasco is years away from having that issue or problem.
Thank you.
All right. Did you have any words on this, Councilwoman Barajas?
Actually, my option would be to maintain the current standards if that's best. But actually, if, I would, this is a hard one, but my option would be to maintain it or to modify similar to Kennewick.
Okay, I think it's either we stick with what we have, which is Richland and Pasco are the same, or Kennewick, which is the more narrower. So I think,
Right. So again, my option would be to maintain the current standards, but if the majority of the council would go for the similar to Kennewick, then I would support that as well. My first option is to maintain.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. All right, is staff asking for direction on this one?
I think I heard clearly 1 and 1.
Yep.
Maybe if we have some more understanding of
Okay, we'll just
how
go
many
down the
would like
line
to
and,
maintain or modify. Thank you.
Why don't we start off with Councilman Cotta? Just want to maintain or modify?
I think if we can learn more about mitigating the risks of having to change these things later on, that would make me more in favor of it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Similar comments. I too, one of the things, the kind of a black eye of Pasco is when we've gotten burned by growth in the future. And I appreciate Councilmember Perales clarifying that this is about local streets and not arterials. I think that is an important, part of this conversation. But at the same time, this came back and bit us enough times. I would think more would be better at this point. Yes, sir. Especially the way we continue to grow. So yes, I thought Kennewick's bigger. Maintain. Thank
Maintain
you.
would be what we have now, what Richland is. Make it slightly.
Oh, it's smaller as Kennewick. So yes, maintain. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You want to jam in on this?
Maintain.
All right. So it looks like we have, I guess it'll be maintained. It's getting long. I think I don't know if former Mayor Watkins had meetings this long, but we haven't got to it. So let's go to 10D, which is the Pasco Public Facilities District Aquatics Facility Management and Operations Interlocal Agreement. Looks like a 20-minute.
It's not going to be 20 minutes.
Let's start off with Jesse Rice, and then I'm sure
Been
Mr.
resting.
Watkins.
I think I can go 30. So I got me 2 cans. So we're going to filibuster. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you recall, back in at a September meeting this year, Public Facilities District came forward to ask the City Council to consider having the city be the managing and operating partner of the aquatic centers currently under construction. At that time, City Council did provide direction to go ahead and start preparing an ILA. However, we did recognize that there's a short amount of time to prepare that ILA in order to help maintain the operations and startup programming that we had in mind. So in light of that, instead of just bringing you a final ILA at the last meeting of the year, first or second last meeting of the year, we decided to bring you some incremental installments in the development of the ILA to help provide some insight on what we're working on and see if that helps bring forward any other concerns that council may have would like to be addressed as we bring that to your attention. We also do have Executive Director of the Public Facilities District, Matt Watkins, with us as well, should there be any questions or any input required of him. So quickly, this is a historical about what we just talked about. And the factors and based on why they feel the city would be a good operating partner, which included the shared programming, shared lifeguard staff, city operating at cost versus a potential private management needing to operate for profit, thus increasing admission costs, and then just a centralized aquatics program within Pasco. Talked about this quickly. If it is approved, we will need a new ILA. That ILA would be ideally approved at the end of 2025, so recruitment of staffing could start in January. Looks like we have about 16 weeks estimated to do the things on the screen as well after that time. So I talked about the short time frame already, and the goal of this evening's meeting as well as the next several upcoming meetings. So getting right into those, some key areas identified for review and comment this week include limits on liability. And I just had walls of text in there, so the council report obviously has some more detail in there. But limits of liability include that all liabilities incurred by the PPFD will be satisfied exclusively from their assets, credit, and properties, so the city would not be responsible for those. The city management operational administrative services, that the city provide those services and they'd be done by primarily done by Parks Recreation Facility staff, but with addition of administrative community services, finance, and HR staff as well. That the city and the board would jointly develop an annual operating budget to ensure that both are in agreement on what that budget is, what it looks like, and what the revenue and operating expenses might be. That there'd be compensation payable by the district to the city for the services provided, and those would cover all operating costs that the city would experience. And that's both direct, like the hourly billed staff costs, as well as indirect costs that we might be shared or have to proportion out. That cost would also include an annual adjustment for both directions. Should cost be less, then city would reduce those operating expenses to the PPFD. Should cost be more, PPFD would pay more operating expense to the city. And that we'd jointly work together on several things, including development of an aquatics facility capital improvement plan, repair and replacement reserve policy. That's to ensure that the aquatic center would continue to be able to function under its own funding sources and ensure that it maintains its ability to serve the public for many years to come. We're talking about provisions for insurance and indemnification to make sure that each agency is covered, as well as eliminate any double indemnification that may occur. We talked about initial term. At this point, we have set for, I believe it'd be 3 years, it looks like, at this initial time, and then with the potential for renewals unless either party wanted to back out of that agreement with a notification of 18 months. So those are the things that we're working on so far, using both legal services of the PPFD and the City of Pasco combined. So. And while you think on those for a little bit, additionally, staff have been working on several areas as well as creation of our safety operational maintenance policies. We created a regional aquatic safety network group with staff from Pasco, Richland, Kennewick, Helensburg, Quincy, Moses Lake, and Asotin County to review our policies, procedures, as well as they're performing walkthroughs of the facility as it's being built to help provide feedback and ensure that we have good operational plans. And then, as I reported earlier, last week, we have the installation of a memorial pool dome, which will allow us to create a minimum of 3 monthly lifeguard recruitment, onboarding, training, certification sessions, so that if the ILA is approved, we are able to start onboarding those lifeguard staff and have them prepared for opening day. So between what we're working on for the ILA and then the additional information shared staff are working on, we are seeking feedback on these presented items as well as input any additional items or concerns that you'd like to see addressed with the final draft that we'll bring to you for approval again early December at this time. So with that, I'll quit talking and see if I need to open up another can of pop.
All right, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, as I've kind of spoken from the beginning, I think this is a good partnership for the city. I think it puts us in the best position to, hiring people off the street can be very, very difficult. And this, by this partnership with the PFD, PPFD will, help make us the big player on the block and give us the best opportunity for retention. And let's face it, every lifeguard in the area is going to want to go to the shiny new place. And so as much as we can be in partnership with them in the Memorial Dome, I know we've, hopefully just continue to learn over, everything in the past year and, beyond that. But I still look forward to this partnership. Thank you.
All right, let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Yeah, no, I think I've been pretty vocal about it. I don't think we should be partnering with the BFD in this endeavor, and it's really just strictly from a liability standpoint. I think it's a really big jump to go from the Memorial Pool to a full-fledged aquatics facility. I may be the outlier here, but I don't have the warm and fuzzies that we can adequately oversee this. I think perhaps BFD should look for a third party that will actually oversees these types of things. So as of right now, I'd be a no vote unless I see some type of plan in regards to the liability piece here. So,
all right. Well, thank you for your comments. I know I've been on the Park and Recs board for 10 years, and I trust the staff. I always thought your presentations were very good. I know there's an incident that we've had in the past, but overall, I believe in the city of Pasco, and I believe the direction that we're going. So I'd be for this as well. I mean, obviously, it sounds like we're going to save some money. I think that's kind of top priority, but also provide a good quality product that's out there. So I'm in line with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, but let's see what Councilman Cotta has to say about this.
I recall, I think the last time we talked about this, there was an issue of the aquatic center being not enough work for one person to pay a high salary. And we talked about it. Maybe there's a liability there with regarding, it's getting late, sorry. Having some a retainment. And so I understand what Leo's saying, and third party, and there may be some qualifications there in outsourcing the management of it, but it seems like having a consistent manager is going to make it safer, efficient, and it seems like we have the best means of doing that if the city is overseeing that. Is that the shared opinion?
Yeah, I don't know if we actually talked salaries, but I think what we did talk about would be expanding our own aquatics program and having an aquatics manager versus just a recreational staff person that kind of oversees that now, and expanding the depth of the bench, I guess we'd say, with an aquatics manager, and then as well as an assistant aquatics manager to ensure that we have that, that coverage for 7-day week operation at both facilities. And that's even without merging with the aquatic center, we're going to have a need to expand our own staffing in order to keep Memorial Pool now running, 11 months out of the year, 7 days a week, multiple programming and staffing. So I think that's where the combination of those resources would potentially attract and or build up our own resources internally between both groups and build a bit deeper bench, I guess, as we'll say.
Thank you. You were responsible and had a lot more coffee than me.
All right, Councilman Bross, is there anything you'd like to say about this as well? She's sleeping.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I say that we move forward and approve the ILA.
All right. Well, thank you for your input. It does help. Do you want to come? All right. So I think we should have
I do have one clarification, Council. As we've kind of put some of the key focus areas on the agenda and on the screen, and I do realize it's late, it's 11:04. Getting particular input on whatever you might think is missing that staff is not thinking would be helpful, because our turnaround time is very short. So when you see a full ILA come back to you, we're going to have less time to take action. And so I just want to make sure you don't have to answer today, but giving staff some feedback when you have time to look through when sun is a little bit brighter would be great. Unless you feel that we've captured all of the elements that you're concerned about or would like to hope that we've included.
Okay. Well, I assume everybody knows we're not getting overtime, so let's start off with Councilman Perales.
Again, I am a no vote, but I forgot to add in there. I know a lot of residents have asked about a discount. Is that something that can bring into the ILA? I know that's something we've talked about. Haven't heard too much about it.
Mayor, council members, thank you. And thank you for moving forward on this. We will endeavor to do all those things on the list. And specifically, Mr. Perales, the PFD has not decided specifically yet, but I am comfortable and confident that that's going to be a topic, and I imagine there's going to be a Pasco discount. I can't guarantee it 100%, but there has been sentiment by board members that we're going to want to do that.
All right.
And maybe just to clarify or to augment Ms. Sigdel's comments too, I think you saw a laundry list of things that the city of Pasco looked through on the details. In this case, Mr. Ferguson has been the PFD's attorney. He submitted that to the city of Pasco for review. So there's, if we work through these things, we're hopeful that we do reach that decision point in the early meeting in December that we can adopt the updated ILA. If this doesn't cover any of those things, I think the point is to speak up now. Hopefully this does cover the things, and we'll work through these to make sure that we get these updated for that agreement point.
Okay, to finish, Councilman Perales thought looks like we're moving forward. Is there anything that you would like to point out or like to see anything to kind of get your support on this? I mean, if it's going to go, is there anything that you like changed or you want?
I'll look at all the points again and I'll kind of come through it, but I guess.
Okay. Okay. Let's go on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. Just real quick, I think just capturing Councilmember Perales' sentiments earlier, it's the number one, it's the limit on the liability. I appreciate him bringing that up. And to me, that's just really the number one, issue. It's just to make sure that we're all protected beyond that. Yeah, let's do this. Thank you.
All right, I'm good with everything, so try not to laugh. I kept thinking of that comment that you were making $11,000 a day, and I thought, man, earlier in the meeting, Mary Mahoney said.
I am compensated actually about $11,000 a month.
Okay, well, she said a day, so just maybe you should.
And I do pay my own health insurance and all the overhead out of that.
All right, sorry, just a bad joke. So anyway. Let's move on to item E, which is a letter of support, City of West Richland, consideration of aerial fireworks ban, something that I agreed with, but let's see what Harold Stewart says.
Yeah, ultimately, hopefully this isn't a long conversation because that's up to you. It should be a simple yes or no. This is on the agenda tonight at the request of the council from the last time, waiting for Mayor Milne to be here. I will provide an update though that both Richland and Kennewick have provided letters of support as requested from the City of West Richland.
All right, appreciate that update. What about you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I maintain a no vote on this just for the simple purpose that we have our own hard decisions to make here as seen tonight. And, I guess let our testimony or our letter be to the fact that we don't have aerial fireworks that are legal here. But between that and not wanting to meddle in other cities and municipalities' affairs, I will be a no vote for those reasons, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, I do appreciate that. I will, in all honesty, I actually do watch all my fireworks in Richland because it is quite the spectacular show. I think I've been going there for like the last 15 years because it's pretty phenomenal. But here in Pasco, I don't like it. And I do know that there's a dog issue where a lot of times when you have mass amount of fireworks, it does scare dogs. So That was kind of one of the reasoning why I've been against aerial fireworks, because it is hard on the pets. So again, I said yes, but doesn't mean that everybody else has to. Anyway, I guess we'll see where the motion goes and where everybody decides. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can you at least read off the motion?
Indeed, sir. I move to authorize the mayor to sign a letter expressing the city of Pasco's support for the city of West Richland's consideration of a ban on aerial fireworks and direct staff to transmit the signed letter to the city of West Richland.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. You want a roll call, or is this a? I guess let's, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
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 I guess I'm the only one. All right, well, that settles that one. All right, so let's jump to number 11, new business. I'm not seeing any listed. Let's jump to 12, miscellaneous discussion. We have the city manager report.
Yes, I know it's been a long evening, so I'll keep it brief. Any questions you have with the report that was prepared? I do want to note that with council potentially canceling additional meetings in December, we will still provide that second update, but we'll email it to council. But since you won't be having a meeting, we didn't want to try to lump all the reports into one. So you'll get half the first as part of the council packet, that December 1st council meeting, and the other half will be provided, but will be sent via email to council. The only other thing I had was just a reminder that Districts 1 and 2 Business Watch meetings have been scheduled for December 4th at 1 p.m. in the Police Department Community Room. And this will also include a grant award presentation for those that are interested in that. And then I just wanted to welcome 2 new officers to our police department who were sworn in, Officer Joshua Atkins and Junior Sereno.
All right, well, thank you for that report. I guess Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. And I believe, Mr. Stewart, isn't tomorrow at 5 o'clock the last cutoff time for the new council member at large? Yes, it is. I was just verifying the date. Okay.
Just to make sure.
So it is 5 p.m. tomorrow is
5
the
p.m. tomorrow is the cutoff
for applications for the
And
at
we've
large
received
position.
many applications.
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
All right, well, thank you for that update. That does help. All right, so we are gonna jump to number 13, which is exec session. Do we still? All right, you guys are really getting your money's worth now. To consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 subsection B. Looks like 7 minutes.
3 minutes.
So 5 minutes? Okay, so we hopefully will be back by 11:18. Thank you. I failed you. You said a quick meeting.
This might be like the second.
Yeah.
And the first one was budget.
Last 2 years I've been here. It's a good one. At least we're laughing.
Stop laughing. Just give us a discount of $1,000 per day.
I'm just sitting here, I'm like, he didn't show up till like 8. Oh, yeah. Well, after what I've witnessed tonight, I wish you the best. Run, Forrest.
Chief.
Chief of Police. Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, that's fine. I was supposed to give him back. I can bring it in. That worked out. I think I say I need to say.
That's my plan as well.
All right. Have a good night. We'll see you. Yep, you too.
All right, so it is 11:18. Ooh, just went up to 11:19, but that clock is fast. So we are done with the exec session, and we are done. We're adjourned. Have a good evening. Thanks for staying, whoever did.
that encourages these species to gather together is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to www.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the City of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the City of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I am here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes for March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle path pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, 2 things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Melny, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Melny and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're unlisted. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb. And it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actively protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a couple things. I did.
Oh, okay.
It's two steps.
With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. Can you make sure the mic's on? Looks like it's off. There you go.
Is it on? Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582. Provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. Seaforced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total. Pasco CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provide a permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider. Include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4119 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell
Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. C, animal control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Ziegler-Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop in third and Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. And really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more. Or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year, hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowse. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen. I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have two pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan, they expressed a lot of interest. And so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, I think, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the, or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586, declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowse?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. and it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but the contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief or
police chief? Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second, legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell. Here. Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services, and it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed, agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February of 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have one role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That too passes unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590 authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, I see the signal. We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they'd called a meeting, and there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department, and it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch, so it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she has some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. When October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco. And again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids, the cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county of residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, in its very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the district's been to us, and part of that process is a capital facilities plan. So the district goes through a very public process, has consistently invited city officials to participate in that process. School needs for schools, and a process that accounts for growth, the impacts of growth. And through that, in a very, I think, a very tightly designed formula, you basically crank out an impact fee. And that's been a pretty steady thing throughout this. School district just went through this process over the past several months, and this evening Denise Stiffarn, who is the legal counsel for Pasco School District, and Michelle Whitney, the superintendent, are here to talk about the results of their latest efforts. I believe they've already met with the school board and shared that, but want to share that with council. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to consider the input they hear tonight and make a determination on future impact fee schedule. So with that.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here again this year. It's been a couple of years since the last time we came and talked about school impact fees and the district's capital facilities plan. I appreciate the city manager's intro and also the staff report in your packet. And I'll try not to be too repetitive as I walk through, but just some history on why we're here, what the capital facilities plan is. So, there we go. So again, the school district has been preparing this capital facilities plan since 2012. The last time we were before you was in February of 2023 with the 2022 capital facilities plan. And just as some additional background, the school district's board of directors goes through a process, as the city manager explained. They go through a SEPA environmental review process, and then at the board adopts the capital facilities plan and forwards it on to the city council for review. So being back here this year establishes that 2-year review. What the reason why we are here at the city and talking about school district capital facilities planning is that the Growth Management Act requires that to the extent a school district wants to request school impact fees, it works with its local jurisdictions by providing a capital facilities plan, and in turn, if that jurisdiction chooses to collect school impact fees on behalf of the school district, that jurisdiction adopts that plan by reference as a part of your own comprehensive plan, and then of course adopts a fee ordinance. So coming in every 2 years, we've gone through this process, and in that capital facilities plan since 2012, the fees have remained consistent. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit more in this conversation tonight, because for the first time this year, the fees look a little bit different. Now, when I say the fees have been consistent, every 2 years, the district has updated its plan. It's had different projects related to capacity needs and different impacts related to growth. But as they've run that through the formula, they've applied a discretionary discount in addition to the city's 25% required discount to get to what's been an even fee across the years. This year, for the first time with new projects in the 2025 capital facilities plan, the fee is actually decreasing below what that threshold has been in the past. And I'll dive a little bit more into that in the coming slides. So from the Growth Management Act, we know that there are 5 basic requirements. And in the school district context, the elements of that capital facilities plan first are establishing a locally adopted level of service. For school districts, that level of service is based upon educational programming standards. And so essentially this is how many students per classroom based upon the educational program, and in turn how many students per building the school district has across its service levels. We then look to existing inventory. So you'll see that the capital facilities plan delineates all of the different school facilities, including the non-educational facilities. We compare the district's 6-year enrollment projections, so looking out towards the 2030-31 school year in this case, looking by grade level and comparing that specifically to the existing capacity to identify what, if any, needs there are related to that expected growth. When we've identified expected needs in the financing plan, the district identifies projects planned to address those needs, what they're expected to cost, and how the district expects to finance those projects. And then that finally establishes the basis for the impact fee. So talking first about enrollment forecasts and capacity, this district has been a strong growth district since 2012 and even before then. And that growth has continued fairly consistent over the years with some slight dips happening or some lowering in the rate of growth during the pandemic and then immediately thereafter. That has started to pick back up to pre-pandemic levels, and the district over the next 6 years is planning to see about 200 students or a little bit more per year coming into the district, and that's growth at all 3 grade levels. Now, in determining growth projections, the district looks at various demographic needs related to projecting. They look at the experience in their district of the cohort survival, so students progressing traditionally through their grade systems. They look at development data across the district from both the county and the city. They also look at the rate of the birth rates. How many new students do they expect in those kindergarten grades? They've worked with outside demographers and have taken information from 2 outside demographers for purposes of this study to pull together all of that information to generate their 6-year enrollment projections. So a lot of work goes into looking at what realistically is expected in terms of growth, and in this case, continuing to see growth and seeing growth at all 3 grade levels. This district has been very fortunate in that the district's taxpayers have been quite generous over the years in funding capacity projects and non-capacity projects. So in 2017, of course, the Three Rivers Elementary School and the Columbia River Elementary Schools were funded and constructed. There were also expansions at the middle school level and some portable adjustments. And then most recently in 2023, the 2 new high schools were funded, and those are moving along and will be open for instruction in just a few months in the fall of 2025. There's also been modernization at the Chiawana and Pasco high schools and some athletic field improvements and land acquisition. All of these projects are starting